Hello, everyone. We're live. Hi, welcome to Route 6D6. That's us. We are playing Water Under the Bridge today. That is our homebrew sort of game in which we are taking old school adventure modules like the Temple of Elemental Evil and the Sunless Citadel and converting it to 5th edition, placing it into a homebrew campaign, which now has a kick-ass hex map thanks to Saraha and Cryptic.
Heck yeah.
And we're ruining it and killing things and kicking ass and running out of bubblegum. So let's introduce ourselves. Ava.
That's definitely me. Hi, I'm definitely not Ava, but I'm introducing her. She's not here today, but she normally plays Junko, and then on Mondays she plays Fea, and she's great, and we miss her, and we hope her PC gets fixed soon. But you can find her on twitch.tv/Avari2, and you definitely should go follow her. I think all of her social medias are Avari2 as well.
Yep.
So, there you go.
Thank you.
That was such a good job.
Ava, you're really on the ball today. Like you just
Yeah.
That was like
or anything.
I'm surprised.
Normal.
Like, who are you?
GG. Ashlo.
Oh, yeah, that's me. I forgot I was next. Hi, I'm Ashlo. I play Ithri, who is a dwarf who is very confused at the moment and a little bit anxious about life. I don't stream. I don't do much on the internet apart from this. That's it. Today I'm wearing a Final Fantasy themed t-shirt. I thought I should point out.
Stand up and show that.
Shall I?
See the sword.
Okay, this has to be a thing from now
hell
on
yeah.
with you.
That's cool.
That's the good. One of the good Final Fantasies too.
Is it reading the right way? Because my camera's back.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's good. It's good. It reads reading.
Right
So,
on.
that's me.
I mean,
That's
that
me
happened
and my
last
tea.
week. It happened this week, so it should be a continuing thing. from
Sure.
now on.
I hope I
Show's
never.
t-shirt.
I hope I never have a boring t-shirt.
And God help you.
Unlike me, just plain
repeat
white
one.
shirt.
Ashley.
You mean Ash? Hi.
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 Hello.
I'm Ashley. I play Cora. Everybody's mad at Cora right now. And
No.
she's just, You're not mad?
I'm mad at Nova.
Good.
No, I'm
She
not
deserves
mad.
it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Now
Throwing
I'm mad.
shade early.
Yeah. Wow.
Cora's a monk. Yeah, she's totally, cool. She's got a new disguise kit. Can't wait to be old lady Cora.
Right.
And when I'm not playing Cora, I'm playing Sayoni on Mondays. And when I'm not playing D&D or Pathfinder, I'm making stuff and selling it online. I try to do ceramics, but my kiln stops me sometimes. So, yeah, you can find that at Pixelbound Studios on Etsy and Instagram, Facebook. I make stuff like this. I don't know if I've shown this before, but
Even if not,
Pretend
let's
this
look
is a
at that
tree
thing.
mug.
it's actually a car safe magnet. So I get new stuff coming in all the time.
Wait, what's a car safe magnet?
It means it can get wet.
Okay.
I have a joke, but I'm not gonna
weather
say it.
safe.
I have a
weather
joke, but
safe.
I'm not gonna
car
say it.
safe, weather safe. Like you can stick
you
it
can
in
put
your
it
car.
on your
Well,
car.
Somebody could still steal it, I guess, but what's safe from the weather?
Okay.
And if you
Not from
slap
other
that baby on
people's
like
hands.
the front of a computer screen, it won't get wet.
Unless you use
Computer
a
wash
wash
it
Cough
wet.
and sneeze and.
Unless it was me
everything,
last episode where I just spit water all over.
You
my-
did.
That's true.
Thank you. Cryptic.
Hello, guys. I am Nathan or Cryptic or Crep or whatever you want to call me. I stream at this above fairly consistently. Currently playing through pretty much just Sekiro at the moment. I've kind of put a couple of other games on the back burner because I just haven't been feeling them. But in today's game, I play Dracon, the human wizard. As we all know, is everybody's fan's favorite, which makes perfect sense because I'm great. And yeah.
Are we gonna see Dracon pull out some sick Sekiro moves today?
Yeah, I'm just gonna whip out my Nodachi and just start chopping people up, and it'll be great.
And
He's just gonna be plain sick.
somersault
I bet
off a
Junko
cliff.
has one.
Yeah. Just Makiri counter everything and just stab him in the face. It'd be great.
Okay. I want to. You know what? I want to see Dracon Makiri counter someone. Straight
He'll
up.
do it,
I want to see it.
With that new staff, he might do it.
That'd be badass.
Might
Just saying. Well,
I
thank
don't
you.
think he's that guy. He's too nice.
But
to-
when he
to
was
be that
like
brutal.
30 years younger, I
I was
bet.
gonna say he's too nice and he's too old.
It's nothing about the age, okay? He's just nice.
Saraha.
Hi, I'm Saraha. That's all I go by. I'm playing Nova today, and on Mondays I play Kyra. I don't know what to say. Everybody thinks Nova's mad at them, and that's not true. But whatever.
He is.
I've had threats. Somebody said they were gonna fireball me, so bring it.
Wasn't me.
Who could it be? It's not Sione. She's not in this game.
It was E3. He's crazy.
Yeah,
Wait,
so-
E3 has Fireball? What?
You know, when he's
More
raging, you never really
secrets!
know what he's gonna have.
When
If
he rolls randomly, he might.
he might. Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited to play today. I exist on the internet outside of this game at Sraha on a lot of social medias. So if you, I don't know. I'm out.
Thank you.
That was more awkward than Ava's introduction.
Oh, that was-
This is so weird. It's all
What happened there?
it's all
It just fell
backwards.
You put it all
all
into
fell
hers
apart.
and not yours.
Dude, I was
Had
so
Ava
confident.
introducing Saraha today.
Yeah.
McKnightsy.
Hey, what's up, guys? I'm McKnightsy. I play 33 the Elf. I have no more secrets left to say it or anything. Like,
At the moment.
they're all out in the open, I don't stream. Every now and then you might find me in some of these awesome people's streams. Aside from that, you'll find me only here every other Sunday or every Sunday.
Every
It's every
Sunday.
Sunday. Has been every Sunday for a while now, buddy.
Yep.
He's only
It's
been
been
showing
a
up
long
every
week.
other
It's-
though.
it's-
It's been a long day. People
Yeah.
have been accusing me of stuff all day, and
Only some of
Wasn't
which
me.
is true.
Our pre-stream group chat was a little spicy today, so
it was so spicy.
Not from
Um,
me.
Can we take a
Uh-huh.
minute to appreciate that Therithiel admits he's been spying and low-key kind of selling you guys out, but everybody's mad at Nova?
And Cora.
yeah, okay. What
And
the hell,
Cora.
man?
And
I
Cora.
haven't done anything wrong.
You guys
I'm
are
also-
two
emo.
kids instead of the 70-year-old elf
I'm
who's
not
been
emo.
selling you out.
I am
Yeah,
also
me.
upset that
Or slam.
Nova's mad at me.
Yeah.
And that Cora's mad at me.
Swear, Thrithiel's gonna
Cora's
retire.
not mad at
Literally.
anybody.
Get him-
Anybody, everyone's lying. That's it. Not
That's why you're
everyone.
mad at me, because
I'm just mad at the lies.
it's going all wrong, guys. Everything's just falling apart. Okay, that's it. I'm done.
Thank you,
Maybe
McKnightsy.
I think I need to teach you guys how to rage. Get it all out.
Yeah, we're all about to take a level. of
We're gonna
rage
have-
right now.
Yeah.
A Kumatai fight or something between all of us. It's
The
gonna
time
blow
is
up.
now
Everyone,
to introduce
take
the
a
bard
level of
spell,
barbarian.
Calm Emotion.
Yeah, where's
Nah.
Cora learns how to rage and just
rage.
kills everyone.
dude.
You know, all
Challenge
that, all that
accepted.
discipline all these years, just let it go and you'll
Can you
unravel.
rage while in wild shape?
I don't know.
If you're a
I've looked into this. You can't rage while you're in wild shape, but you can rage and then wild shape
Oh, and then wild
maintain it.
shape?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh.
Ah,
that's
damn.
terrifying. Go grizzly bear and just-
Crazy bear.
Giant elephant.
Yeah.
Or-
No,
If
not
you
a
mi-
bear. Not a bear. No.
maybe like a weasel. I could see that too.
Oh, jeez.
Thank you.
Honey badger.
I am Askell Archer. I'm the DM, the Dungeon Master for today's game. I run the adventure. I play all of the NPCs, the pirates, miscellaneous trees, the mysterious old lady who's actually not that old of a lady, but she makes for a really good old lady anyway.
Yep, that happened.
Various horses. That's me. It's all me. I also am responsible for taking the adventure and presenting it to the players in a way that they can play through and ideally survive, though largely that's kind of up to them and the dice. When I'm not running games on Route 66, you can find me on Twitch as Askell Archer, streaming stuff like Crash Bandicoot and Horizon Zero Dawn and that other game I was thinking about playing in the near future, but I can't remember right now because professional. So that's us. You, Chad, if you want to be involved in today's game, you can do so by spending your gold pieces, that is your channel points, on Chat's Blessings, which are recorded on the right side by that little Valkyrie D20. Our players can spend Chat's Blessings to give themselves plus or minus 1 on any D20 roll, or to give me plus or minus 1 on any D20 roll. And they can spend them like all, what do we got, 4 at once, or 2, or 1, or none. So it really makes a difference, and it has been known to really allow PCs to get away with things that they otherwise would and should not be able to get away with, like charming uncharmable NPCs.
And making taffy.
Apparently.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure that charm was only like a +1. Like,
Yeah,
you got
but
pretty
I
close
like
to it.
For Lareth, are you talking about?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
right. The one with Lareth, it was like 6, but
It was not
the
6.
assassin was like 1.
Yeah.
Or maybe I got those two
yeah.
backwards. Maybe
I think
the
it
other
was
way.
backward. I think I used more for the assassin than I did
Oh
for
yeah,
Lareth.
yeah. The assassin was loads. I think Lareth was just like a really good roll, +1. I think it was +1.
That tracks. Well, it would have been -1 on me, but you know. All right, so that's all the stuff we got going on. Shall we get into things?
Let's go.
Let's do it. All right. Let's recap before that goes any further down that path. So, you guys are the party of adventurers who call yourselves the Valkyrie. You know what? For this recap, why don't we play a little show and tell?
I forgot everything that happened last week.
I don't
What do
have
you want me to
anything.
show?
I'm not
This
prepared.
isn't the website for this
I
team.
have a journal.
You have to pay
Well,
for
I have an
the
eye patch.
subscription.
I got a mouse.
I can show off my t-shirt again.
I got a PlayStation 5
Look at it,
controller.
it's so
Um,
beautiful. Look at the journal.
how you
Okay. Anyway.
I spend so much time working for these people.
Oh, that's what you meant. I got it. I thought
These
you meant.
people. I do all this work for these stinkers. Thank you.
We love it. We love it.
That was a really nice way to call us buttheads.
But
You
yeah, I didn't want to call you
stinkers.
butthead, so I went with stinkers, you know. You guys are a party of adventurers from the town of Hummelbank. Oops, right there. Right, that one. That's the one. The one right on the river there. You've called yourselves the Valkyrie, and you have stopped some spies in the village. You investigated the haunted, misty hills and fields of Emerty Meadow. You cleared out the deadly ruined moat house northeast of Hummelbank. But more recently, you have set your sights on 2 targets. The Temple of Elemental Sin itself, which is reawakening after 10 years of lying dormant for its evil to fester. And further to the north, the village of Oakhurst, where you believe you may find a Golthias tree. That is a vampire that was staked by a wooden stake, and the stake was allowed to grow into an evil, intelligent tree. Between these 2 affairs, both really required you come to the insidious den of roguish, underhanded activity called Noct, right on the banks of the Emedris River. You've spent a night now in Noct, and met a few of the locals. You've met Otis, the blacksmith, who may be more than he seems. You learned that, if nothing else, he commands a pair of very intelligent owls who seem to be working with little 1 foot tall, butterfly winged, invisible men.
They don't like to be put in bags.
The owls, you mean, not the invisible. Well,
Yeah,
probably
yeah.
both of them, really, but yes, that is true. They do not like being stuffed in a sack. You have met the herbalist and her daughter, Mother Screng and Medley, who, in truth, you have learned are the canoness Elia and an elven spy, Medelia, who are working together to investigate the temple. They shared a lot of information with you. They told you, aside from their identity, they gave you a little bit of an update on the situation with the elves and how close to war Saragarda really is with the elven people. And by the way, I don't know if this was made clear, the elven people who would be at war would be the entire country of Gera Arda to the north. Medeliel is from that place, come here to try to prevent that war. And what they have found is that Countess Tilahi, the missing elven noble, presumed taken by the Saragardan soldiers, is in fact a hostage of the Temple of Elemental Sin. She told you that there are other allies within the temple delivering information, such as the Archdruid of the land herself, Kella, who is in some kind of disguise. I'm trying to think what she told you. So much. She also let on that the girl you have known as Cora is in fact Celaris, a Asimar from a monastery in Vigormount, a figure of prophecy who was destined to be sent to Eminence, the capital and largest city in the world, by the way, on her 18th birthday, which has now passed. Celaris, you have learned, is a runaway. You also learned that Elia had taken an interest in Nova and had done her best to keep her from coming back here, and was somewhat distraught to see, really, both of you, honestly. She was pretty distraught to see her two wards both having come to one of the most dangerous places in the country in spite of all of her wisdom and teachings. She did the best she could to talk you out of it, and then failing that, provided you with some equipment to keep you safe, a better disguise, further advice, and information on the Gulthias tree, which you guys have decided to go after first and foremost. Armed now with information, some healing items, some powerful magical relics that you bought at discount prices, you are ready to set out from Noct. Though, for our audience's benefit, let me show the map here. The journey to Oakhurst from Noct would take you across the Emedris River, along the Elderway, a sort of a settled road through the jungle, until you reach this crossroads where the Elderway meets with the Old Road. You would then have to take the worn-down Old Road back northeast through the jungle, about another 24 miles or so, until you reach, actually more of the Old Road, but an intersection with Emerty Way. You would then have to follow the Old Road along the river through the jungle for another couple of days until finally reaching Oakhurst, about 95 miles in total. That's if you follow the road, the fastest road there. However, there are two alternative options. As Noct is a pirate town set on the river, you could hire a pirate to guide you through the forest, or along the river on their ship, up the Emedris to the Velverdiva, where you could continue following this river all the way almost to Oakhurst, and then from the river it would only be about a 4-mile walk to the village itself, which would be like a third the amount of time. A third option that's sort of a halfway between the two and doesn't require any pirates is to cross the Emedris on the bridge and then to follow the river northward until eventually it meets with the old road, and then from there you'd follow the old road like the first plan. This would be about 60-some miles, 62 miles, give or take. Not bad, much more direct, but also it would involve some cross-country travel through trackless jungle. So, where you guys are now. You are in the village of Noct, sort of just outside of the apothecary, outside of the blacksmith shop. Nova had kind of stormed out. Cora had kind of waddled out, all bundled up like an old lady.
Waddled.
That was her
I
word.
was the last
She said
one
that.
out.
The rest of you have followed in suit. What would you like to do? I should mention that Junko has been waiting out here with the donkey. I mean, she was in the door. She heard the conversation, but she just had
I was the last
mule.
one out of the shop, but that doesn't
You
matter.
Okay, that's fine.
Or I will be quiet.
I will also be very pensive.
Hello, guys, we should think about moving. We need to go to Oakhurst. We need to deal with this tree. I just don't know the best way to get there. I know that when we spoke to the people in the tavern, they said there was no pirates until this evening, so we could wait if we wanted to go via the river. Or, of course, we could just set out on foot right now. What does everybody think?
Depends how much we want to meet the goblin that brings the fruit.
How many days is it until the solstice? Sorry, what day is it?
3, 2?
Who's the keeper?
it's
of the
fodder.
town?
It's
Fodder Day the
4.
18th.
It's the 18th, and the solstice is on.
21st, isn't it?
It's the 21st and
Yeah.
22nd, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I mean, if we
could-
followed the river and then met up with the old path,
Or we
probably
can
catch
take
the goblin sooner.
we can take a boat up to where the old road meets and disembark there. It would save us a few hours at least, if not day.
I mean, if we have 3 or 4 days and we can get there on a boat within, say, just over a day, that would leave us a day or so to do what we have to do and then travel at least either on boat back or via foot, and then perhaps we'll meet it on the road then.
Why did we want to intercept the goblin if this is an out-of-game question? If we already know where the tree is. I thought we were intercepting the goblin to
We
figure
don't know
out
where the
tree
tree
was.
is. We think we know where the tree is, but we don't actually know where the tree is.
And the goblin's
Near
the only
Oakhurst.
contact. Yeah, but the goblin's the only contact we have that we know is involved in something to do with this tree. That was it.
Okay. Okay.
So,
So
yeah,
if we
I
take a
think it
boat
was...
the whole way there, then we're gonna miss the goblin. Is the dilemma with the boat thing.
Yeah, I mean, if the goblin's on foot, which I assume it is, then it's probably already left the area and could be close by anyway. Unless it has to pick the fruit on the solstice.
I think it has to pick the fruit on the solstice because we learned that it on the solstice the tree bears fruit.
So maybe
then
we will have enough time. We're like
he would
looking at a
arrive
week.
to knock
So then we
like
just
a week
wanna-
later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
So
if
then we
have
just
3
want to get
days-
there or be
No,
on the path there.
I might be wrong, but I'm interpreting it the other way, where he picked the fruit, and then when it was a solstice, the fruit would grow. So he would pick the fruit before, get to
How
knock,
could a fruit
sell it,
grow not on a tree though?
because it's magic. That's how I interpreted it when it was said.
I'm not sure. I mean, out of game,
Outside the game, of course.
it kind of makes more sense to me that it would, if it's this special of a fruit, it would be on the solstice.
That
Like, why would it travel down at that time?
out of game, that is what Mother Scrang had said.
Yeah,
Okay.
I
That the
couldn't
fruit
remember, and I didn't write
Is
any
on
notes.
the summer and winter solstice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So then you fix it and he walks this way. So if we just make our way there to Oakhurst and then
We'll have enough time, because if it's 4 days or 3 days to the solstice, and then possibly a week for him to walk down.
yeah,
we have a
Perfect.
while.
Now back.
and we could get to Oakhurst and just ask around about.
I think that was the idea, that we would head to the village and inquire if any of the elves, the druids, whatever they were, would know a possible location or could at least send us in a possible direction. But knowing we have more time than initially we thought, maybe we should wait till this evening and see if we can find a captain.
Oh, it's like midday right now. Yeah.
So they should be back from working within the next 4 to 7 hours, I would assume.
That gives us a long time in a place we don't want to be.
Is there anything else we can do in this area? Do you need any more special items, you three?
Could use the forge.
I could use the forge, but I don't think I'll have time to do it before we have to leave. I need like 8 hours.
Yeah.
I would like to return back to the market. I am going to need some arrows.
We could do that. I was...
Actually, I don't know why I'm doing it in the voice. Tim, I was wondering, would I know, after hearing that Otis was the owner of said owls, what... I mean, this isn't the right word to use, but what class, what sort of person would be able to use owls in that manner? Is there a check I could make?
You could make a nature check.
That's not the worst for me.
He might just really like owls.
Maybe
18.
it does.
18. So you know that, I guess through process of elimination, you know that the owls were too well trained for it to be anything other than magic. Like, yes, someone with mundane skills could train owls, but not to the extent these two were. Which would leave really only a couple of options. A nature cleric, a druid, a sorcerer or wizard with a specialization towards nature. That's the least likely. Or possibly a ranger.
Okay.
Or alternatively, on the flip side, you know that in theory, it's something that Faye could do. He could just be someone who paid off some kind of Fae creature to do it for him.
I feel
Or
like that
had
wouldn't be the
called in a
case for
favor,
Otis.
or convinced someone to, or something of that effect. To that effect.
Yeah.
Those
Sounds
my
like,
little winged human things.
True.
True.
I didn't see them, so I haven't
True. Me either.
done anything with that. What's his name? Elmore. Was he a ranger?
Yes, he had mentioned he
so,
was
yeah.
a ranger in the service of Vigormount.
Okay. It's just a question I wanted to ask. I wanted to know if I would know. I mean, out of game, I'm assuming he's a ranger. It would make sense if, you know, the brothers, kind of, maybe. But yeah.
So people need to get some errands done.
I maybe they're actually, I didn't even ask when we kind of just went to the market and left in a hurry. I know E3 did a check for magic. I don't know if scrolls.
I probably would know this, but
I don't know if scrolls come back as magic, or maybe I could find something that could be of use to me while I'm there as well, if we're gonna spend a few hours.
Scrolls are definitely read as magic.
Yes.
Or
I
detect
do, yeah.
magic.
Okay.
Yep.
I wasn't sure.
And you'll find scrolls, but be magical.
No, you'd know
It's
that
a
you guys have
scroll with a
procured
lever.
really the only magic items that you're going to find.
I think we were quite lucky in that that guy thought he was ripping us off, didn't actually realize they were magic items. I don't know that you're going to get any legitimate magic useful stuff.
I still feel like he definitely overcharged us, but hopefully the items will come of use.
And I'll
Well, I
look
don't
at-
mind. I think it's fine.
If
I
he
just-
actually knew what these items were, he would have charged us more, I assume.
I just look at Ferrithiel holding a staff. I see an arm hanging out of somebody's backpack. Like that's
Oh, yeah, who has the
so,
arm?
Doesn't
so,
E3
what, so
have that?
useful right now.
Yeah, Ethan has it in his bag.
Just
Just
a
hand.
Just hanging out like
Waving.
this, just from his back.
Mhm.
5.
When he walks, it's just.
Ifri, this thing you need to make with this dark iron ingot, could you do like half now and half later? Does it work like that?
I probably would know.
No. No, I need to
Okay.
make a forging hammer, and it's not a good idea to
Read
not
metal
do it all
ones.
at once. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, it can be done. It's supposed to be very high quality. I'd rather do it.
Did we ask that Captain Tollib guy how long he was going to be around for Otis? We didn't do that yet, did we?
We didn't talk to him
We
at all.
haven't,
We haven't
spoken to
contacted
any
him at all.
captains.
Do we have to go find him tonight and just be like, oh, how long you here?
Hey, take us to Oakhurst. Also,
I assume he will be probably one of, if not the person we speak to.
He's in
So-
the tavern, right?
Yeah.
here's a
He's not there
It
currently,
just-
but yeah.
No.
here's a
nobody's
logistical question I have about Nopt. There's a bridge over the river, and there's lots of pirate vessels. Is that a stopping point? Can they get through past the bridge? Or
Yes.
okay.
The drawbridge.
That's exactly it. Someone gets out and like pulls some chains, and the bridge comes up.
I didn't know if it was like this
Like
way
a
to the
canal
sea
lock.
and this way. Yeah.
No, there'd actually be. I didn't put it on the map yet, but there'd be a bridge here, and oops, not there. I'm sorry, here, and here as well.
Yeah, see, we could get off at that point there if we take a boat.
I
If that's
just
the route we're
remembered after my keen mind looked at a map prior that
Like,
Should we buy a map? Do we even own a map?
I think we do have.
Oh, okay. I don't.
do
so-
we have a map?
The only map we was given, I believe, was the one via Romag. Was it Romag?
No.
Not
it was
Romac.
Dean.
No,
Dean,
yeah.
sorry,
Dean who works
yes,
for
Dean.
Romag.
You
Yeah,
do
but
a,
I was-
a little map. It wouldn't be a map of
I
all
mean,
of Saragarda. It'd be just a little map of the surrounding
Yeah.
region.
The
Cora
Elderly
has
region,
that.
maybe?
And it's got a little knife hole in it, too.
The map would cover literally only
Probably just this.
The
these
smallest section.
right here.
Yeah.
So it would show the temple on it.
In your errands, when you go buy arrows, Thothiel, you could pick up a map for us.
I will search for one. If I
yes,
can find
maybe
one.
there's a cartographer.
I have a possible leading question. If we're getting a boat to Oakhurst, someone's going to know we're going to Oakhurst. Is
That's
that a
true.
problem for anyone? Is that something we
Um,
want to avoid?
The only problem I could see with that would be if whoever gives us a ride up there, they know of the tree or they know our intentions of being there.
It was more that if someone is suffering from some sort of death threat, maybe we'll be
Who could
followed
that
that
be?
way.
Who had a death threat?
You did, Thrithiel shared that, like,
He didn't say he got a death threat.
I
No, did he not?
I didn't-
Oh,
He
yeah,
just said
no.
she wasn't happy.
He said,
So-
yeah. He was like, she wasn't
retract
happy.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, retract that.
she was not happy. But yeah,
I
I
would've
didn't.
killed
I,
him, but-
I didn't
Okay.
say it was death
My
threat.
bad.
Well, if we're trying to conceal identities of certain people, because that puts them in danger, then we should I mean,
I think we'll be fine.
Disguises.
I don't see a problem.
Cool.
We're going on a nice, pleasant cruise up the river. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Yeah,
We're
no.
just visiting family in Oakhurst. You know, it's great. It's summer. It's warm. Yeah.
I like that. Him
What?
strange.
Too warm.
You know, like that makes no sense.
It does make perfect sense. It's fine. But the temple is right along the river. Maybe we can get a good view of it as we travel past. If we are on the boats.
Maybe they can get a good view of us.
Well, I assume they would see us, but if any pirates are in league with the temple, I'm assuming they have safe passage to and from. Only assuming, of course.
I've never sailed upriver. Do the boats you take upriver take frequent stops? And if so, is the temple going to be one of those?
I do not
don't
know this
think-
region well enough to answer that.
If you ask me, I mean, it's 30 hours, give or take. Maybe a stop or two along the way, but the temple is fairly close to where we are. I
Okay,
can't imagine we'd stop there.
fair enough.
That doesn't mean I'm correct, of course, I'm just assuming. I'm hoping, I guess. I don't want to stop there, that would be terrible. But
Cool,
we could
what are we
attack
doing?
from the water. Let's go shopping, I guess. I mean... Yes.
I have no
Oh.
desire to go shopping. I'll just go sit in oh, God, where can we hang out if we don't want to
Or
go
like a
shopping?
bench.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like
In the barn?
You could go
There's
back to the
just like a-
stable with the horses, or there's the boatman's tavern.
You don't want to be alone in that stable, believe. Trust me.
I'll go to the Bowman's Tavern.
Okay.
I guess that's what Cora will go to.
That's also it's part of the
It's
the
part of the
market.
market.
The market is all
Right.
market in quotes. It's more of a warehouse with a tavern in the back corner.
So we can
Oh,
sit
okay.
there and scope stuff out.
Yeah, absolutely.
nice.
You guys can do your shopping and we'll be here waiting for you.
Sounds good to me.
So I zoomed way the hell in.
I don't even need anything, but I mean...
Like you like shopping, Bo, don't you?
I like
I
window shopping.
I like magical items and stuff, yes.
A cartographer or a map would be nice to have.
I know what I could buy, yes, actually.
But that was hella blurry.
Do you think Junko would go with you guys or with us?
Probably.
Probably.
I was gonna say I think
yes,
Junko would go. with
She
you.
loves shopping, right?
If you're so
She
social.
would, I think, enjoy the anonymity of going into a tavern and keeping an eye on the two kids.
Excuse
Also,
me.
if she
True.
has that,
I'm
she
not
has-
a kid.
True.
she's taking up that persona in town. That's not totally Junko. That's someone else.
Alright.
Lori?
Lori or something like that.
Lori?
Yeah.
She called
Lor-
herself
Lori?
Lori.
Yeah, it was Lori.
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 Okay, yeah, we'll just go there to the market with everyone, and then the three of us will go to the tavern and just leave the mule. Is it like the market
Big
outside
shop.
or the warehouse?
Well,
Well, I
it's
mean,
all
we could-
indoors. So basically, you go
Oh,
into the
okay.
warehouse, and then in the back corner of the warehouse is like an indoor building, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I got you.
We could leave the mule in the barn. I'm not sure we went in the barn and
Oh,
got it
sure.
out yet.
As long as there's nothing valuable to steal off. of it.
Actually, I'm sorry. The tavern isn't even walled off. There's a bar back there, and like it's sort of like a food court, almost like a bar food court.
An open.
Okay.
Okay.
Got it.
yeah, we'll just go and
You got a
scope out
Panda
corner.
Express?
Yeah.
And to be clear, this is not a huge warehouse either. Like the entire area looks like it could hold maybe 30 people comfortably.
I don't know. Last time you said it was huge.
I mean, it's huge for
It
a
was-
tavern, but
It was smaller than 120 foot long. So
right, I
Well,
mean,
they're
you
like
can see the
30
size of
feet
the
in
building
length.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah,
it
so
went
yeah,
big.
we'll just go find a like corner table, and just kind of keep an eye on things.
Look cool in the corner tables.
Okay.
No, Cora
Um,
doesn't look cool at all. She looks like an old. She's like hunched over.
Come on, Grandma.
Thank you.
You guys
for
make
the
your
hand,
way
dearie.
into the bar, into the tavern. You can see, actually, you three didn't go in earlier, did you?
I haven't been here before. No.
Okay.
I haven't been here before either.
So when you come in, you find that currently a man is behind the bar. He's sort of a gaunt. I don't want to say pirate. He looks very unsavory. He's missing a couple teeth. He's got very beady, slightly wider eyes. And he blinks just a little too rarely for it to be comfortable, so it always looks like he's just kind of fixing you in a gaze, and it could just be that he's just looking around. But he has no hair, and you notice that he moves with a slight limp, and he wears a jeweled dagger on his belt, as well as a couple of nicer rings, like a topaz and a silver ring on each hand respectively, visibly, sort of almost flauntingly.
Does he have a pig leg?
No, he doesn't. Dang. And there are 3 other men who are kind of just helping run the tavern at present. And you notice that right now there are 12 patrons who are just kind of seated and are drinking, chatting to each other. All of them looking like river workers or the kind of contractor who might charge you twice what something's worth and do a really shitty job, and also conveniently be the only person who can fix the unpredictable damage to the job they did. You know, that type.
So they look like me, pretty much.
No, I wasn't gonna go there, but Jesus, no. All human though. The barkeep though sees you come over, or sees you take a seat. He comes over to you, fixes you in his blinkless stare. Nova probably. Do you want drinks? Food?
I'll just look at Junko and Cora like,
Some water to parch my throat, please.
He stares at Cora for a long time.
some
Am I
water
disguised?
He
some
hasn't
water
blinked since
for
he
my
got here.
grandmother here would be wonderful, and
Hot water if you have that, Junko adds.
yep.
Hot water coming up. And he's just gonna go off. The entire time he was there, he did not blink a single time.
Do I need to make a check for my disguise?
No,
Okay.
not unless it comes up.
Okay.
Okay, and otherwise, if you guys don't, I mean, if you have any, if there's something you want to do with the scene,
I
you
just
can,
wanna
but otherwise...
Keep an ear out for mentions of the name Captain Tolub, or I don't know, if anyone mentions them. I just
Okay,
wanna know.
make a perception check.
But it's not a huge deal. Perception.
I've got too many dice. Ha, just kidding. Not enough, but here's my...
21.
Nice.
Okay, 21.
Yeah.
I will come back to you depending on how long you end up being here, because
Yeah.
I have rolled to see how long it'll take to get any info. The other 3.
I am looking for an armorer or someone that sells fletchings and or arrows.
That would be Otis, probably.
God damn. Well, we walk around the market, I guess.
I would like to look for a new cloak.
Actually, you could probably get some arrows here too, just regular. They're not going to be very high quality, but you could get a quiver of 20 arrows for 2 gold. What do you want? I'm sorry, Dracon?
You've gone, Billy. Say what you're saying.
Yeah, by not high quality, yeah, just normal arrows. Like they don't have a -1 to attack or anything.
Not as far as you can tell. I guess go ahead and make a investigation check.
Yeah, I kind of like pick them up and like.
Yeah.
You like go to knock them and they fall apart.
Just go like this and they just break apart.
You're supposed to roll them and see if they wobble.
Oh.
Oh, I have no idea what's going on. They're like the best arrows ever. I rolled a 6.
6. You get the vibe that they might like. I mean, they're a little shoddy, but they'll get the job done. They're not going to fall apart on you or anything.
Not until they hit something.
You probably wouldn't want to like use these in melee combat, like you've seen some of those badass elves do in the theater plays and whatnot.
Like-
and they're like stabbing
like
things with the arrows and shooting.
Yeah.
Like, probably don't want to stab anybody with them.
I've done that before. Are you kidding me?
So for points and purposes, these arrows you can use like normal. They're just unrecoverable.
No, I just look at them, put them back.
Okay.
I would like to look for a new cloak, as I do not have one anymore.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
You can find. I mean, there's a fair few cloaks.
Specifically, like a dark gray
Yeah.
cloak.
You can
Liver
absolutely
cloak.
find that. They've got all manner of colors as long as they're gray or black. They're not fancy, nor are they shit. They're kind of average, but they do run a little pricey. It will cost you 1 full gold piece for a cloak.
What? Excuse me, sir. I see the tag on this. This cloak here is 1 gold. May I ask why it's
That's
so
right.
pricey?
It's good work, that
Did-
is.
Did you make this yourself, sir?
Aye.
Excellent craftsmanship, but I was wondering, could you perhaps do 8 silver for an old man like myself? The winter months will be coming soon, and I will need to keep warm.
Make a persuasion check.
I wish Cora were here to learn from you.
Ooh, 20.
Kind of
Nice.
eyes you up. His eyes
Good
kind
rolls.
of looking over some of the blood stains and the tatters in your robe. and...
I hunch a little bit. On my quarters. Oh,
I walk up to him and try to help him stand
Oh.
up straighter.
Don't normally
thank you.
do haggling here, but yeah, 8 silver, that ought to cover it. Or an electrum and some
Oh.
change if you have it.
Stand tall,
you.
Master Draco. Stand tall.
thank you so much. I will be sure to turn any would-be buyer your way in the future if they need a cloak.
Thank you kindly.
You are very, very welcome. Have a good day, sir.
and I walk away smiling.
Okay.
Skipping away.
And have to go back and get your cloak and then. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
You don't have to. But you've got a nice travel cloak.
What other stalls are there in here?
It's a general store, so there's going to be a bit of everything. Like, you're going to find there's a bit of furniture, there's, like, candlesticks, it's primarily mundane stuff here. There's going to be, like, some food, travel food and such, hunting equipment, maybe some traps. You'll find a lot of stuff for, like, fishing and boat repair and, equipment like that. You might find some knick-knack. Actually, the knick-knack place already closed. That's right. He packed up and wheeled his whole shop
He
right out
ran
of here.
off. He moved to a different country with that money.
Is there like a bakery or a place I could get like
No, not here. So basically, mechanically speaking, anything that is in the basic equipment of the player's handbook, you'd be able to find here.
find that? Okay.
Any fairly mundane, just general goods that you would need in like a rough and tumble fishing community, you could find here. But there's not going to be much outside of that.
Yeah.
I think
Who
perhaps
said that?
I need to go back to Otto to buy the arrows I require.
Otis.
Otis, that's what I said.
Who's Otto?
I said Otis.
Oh, sorry. I must have a blocked ear.
It's the hand. It was, pokes in the ear.
Dracon, you said you had some pearls. How many do you have?
That is a very, very, very good question, Master E3.
I need 4.
Tim.
Mm-hmm.
I could get away with 3. In fact, if you had one, that'd be
I can't remember who we got this off. Recently acquired 50 gems with a mixture of amethyst, garment maybe, tourmaline, and pearls.
Okay.
I don't know the numbers of each pearl or whatever that was given to.
Well, I don't either. You can just pick your favorite. If it's a mix of those, the price is pretty much unchanged, so it's just fluff.
Okay, so I'll say I have 20 pearls and then 10 of the others.
Here you go, Master Ifri. Here is 4 pearls.
Oh, thank you.
I kind of step in
You're welcome.
like around them and kind of cover it with my cloak so people don't look.
We were told that pearls aren't really that valuable here because
No, they aren't that expensive. You can get them from the river.
Yeah.
What
So
did you
go-
need pearls for again, Ifri?
It was part of my shopping list.
Oh, for your armor.
This one is for weapons, but yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, here you go.
Thank you.
Have fun. Yes.
I'm gonna pop those 4 pearls into the bottle of elemental water that I got from the lady whose name changed. Malady?
Strang?
Strang.
Oh, okay.
No.
Medelia. Got it.
Medelia.
Medelia. Yeah. Because that's who I actually brought it on.
Okay.
So I have now 4 pearls soaking in elemental water.
Nice.
That was all I needed.
Okay. Anything else you guys want to do for purchasing? Right, you said you wanted to go back to Otis, right?
Yes.
That's next. Excuse me. I've been handling
Sure.
stuff.
Shall we leave the ladies here and
Um.
go to Otis?
Oh, you. Okay. Sorry.
If we are leaving, I don't know if they would like to stay. I could, or one of us could go and ask quickly before we leave. If you want to do that for Ifri.
I'm off. Hey. No. Ithri's already gone. We're popping to Otis's if you guys need anything.
Thank
Everyone's
you,
really
young
chatty.
man, but I'm
Cool.
good.
Gone.
We're all just sitting there in silence, like.
Yeah, it's like.
Yep.
We're all strangers.
Sorry, I'm
I
looking
just
for
imagine E3 being like really confused. Like, are they gonna answer me? Are they coming? Like, what's going on here?
This items.
No.
No, we're good.
Once he gets back, we just.
Did you find a map yet? Find a map.
Oh shit.
Oh, did you guys want to buy that too?
Let's go find a map. I'll go find a map because we forgot.
Okay.
We
map
forgot the
is
one thing we were
absolutely
looking
something
for.
that you could get. Unfortunately, it
How
is going to
good of
run a
qualities.
little pricey.
I will give them gold for a map because I asked for it.
Don't worry about that. That's fine.
Good. I recovered
Okay,
my
let's
money,
go.
so we're good.
You're good. I'm good.
A map you can get for to get a let's see,
Good quality one.
to get a decent quality map is going to be 15 gold.
Is that a map of the world? Is that a map of?
Yeah.
Aragon.
That's essentially the map that you've seen me working on of Saragarda. It would include the rivers, the major communities, major locations. It would include cities in Korth. So it's new enough to include Korth.
Oh yeah, well,
Sorry, how much did you say? 25?
15.
15.
50? Oh, okay.
I'll put five each. I'll just buy it all.
Ifri, you should try and haggle for this one. I think you'd get a good price.
No, it's already bought.
Oh, never
Next
mind
time.
then.
Next time.
Keep holding.
Maybe I need to go shopping with everybody every time. I think because
Maybe you should be in charge of shopping.
I will gladly do it.
Shopping Lord. I say as I put a hand on his shoulder because I'm touching.
Oh, my back. Oh,
And here. I will make this visible to you guys so you can see kind of what's for sale if you're interested in anything else at the market.
Oh, sweet.
The prices are not necessarily accurate. These are what you would normally pay for the items, though. so you can kind of compare.
Oh, they sell arcane focuses.
Yes, they do.
That's cool.
Not as arcane focuses, but you can still find things that will function as these. So, like, a wand is probably going to end up being something like a wooden fire poker or something like that you could, like, okay.
Yeah, definitely not. I'll stick with what I have.
But, yeah.
I did have a mechanical question, though. If I was to get an amulet at some point, would that replace my arcane focus as a next slot item, or is that just...
It can, yeah.
So if I did get a necklace, I'd have to find a new arcane focus. Is what I'm...
Yep.
Okay, cool.
You would.
Good to know.
As far as the arrows, when you go back to Otis, he does have arrows for sale. Unfortunately for you, Therithiel, business is very good for quality arrows, which means prices are going to be a little higher.
That's fine. I don't mind paying good prices for good quality.
Okay. It's going to be 3 gold for 12 arrows.
Ooh.
12?
12, not 20.
I know we're rich right now, but ooh.
Yeah, I mean, well, think about the community. Think about what probably the number one hot selling item is here.
So I'll take 2 bundles of 12 then.
Okay. So that'll be 6 gold.
6 gold, yeah. Let me write it down.
And looking at these, you're pretty confident these arrows are built to last. There's only a 1 in 6 chance of any given arrow breaking. And please make sure you record that number so that I remember when you shoot it, you can let me know what the chance is of recovery.
1 in 6, writing it down.
Knowing Therithiel's luck, every arrow is going to break.
So they're pricey, but Otis knows his shit.
I should have got
He's a
that
ranger.
dagger made here.
Yeah, elves aren't meant to be blacksmiths.
Is there anything else you guys wanted to shop for?
I was just looking through the list.
Okay.
No, I don't need anything.
So all told, we'll say the shopping took about 2 hours. Unfortunately, in 2 hours, Nova, you haven't really heard any mention of Tullib. If you want to hang around longer, it is starting to pick up a little bit, but...
Yeah. I'll just hang around here, assuming that this is where we're gonna kind of find a captain to talk to take us upriver. So,
Okay. Is it a safe assumption then that when you guys are done shopping, you're just gonna come here too?
Yeah, we
and
would.
You guys are gonna wait? Okay, in that case, that changes things.
good.
It's about 3 hours until you notice a couple of new people coming in who are clear, like they smell of fish and the river, and they look a little rougher. Very heavily scarred, several gold teeth on them, and all of them carrying much better weapons than what you've seen around here. And they're like not heavily cloaked and shrouded. Like you wouldn't look at them and think, better protect the wallet. You'd look at them and think, let's go somewhere else to eat. If that makes any sense. And they're loud, they're boisterous, and one of them, as they're taking a seat at the bar, is saying, Captain Tullib says we're in port for the next 2 days, waiting on some ritzy, fancy pantaloon client. Whatever. As long as the booze is good, I'm good. And they kind of laugh and they continue talking, but and you notice that over the next hour, more and more of them come in, until by about 8 p.m. there's about 10 of these probably pirates in here. One of whom, only one of whom, is not human, but is in fact a half-orc.
Not the one Junko made all mad. Junko made somebody really mad, and they worked for Captain Tullib.
He was half.
And then made friends with the
Different
human
half-orc.
friend of his.
Different
Oh,
half-orc.
okay. I thought that they said they worked for Captain Tullib too.
Yeah. They
Okay.
did. Yep, that was one of the crew. But you are
Okay.
correct.
Okay.
this half-orc, funny thing about her, she has a mohawk that is bright gold hair. She has very pronounced tusks, but like they're not jagged, like they're almost as white as pearl. And you notice that she has bright orange irises. And she comes in. As she walks past one of her crew, she like slaps the mug just as he's about to drink, and it like spills booze all over him. He's like, oh, fuck. Like, she completely just blows by him though, orders a drink of her own, rips a chair out from one of the workers here, like not one of the pirates, just somebody who looks like maybe they're a regular, kind of gives him a boot in the ass, get out of here, and then takes the seat at the table. And after a minute, like while that person's two friends are just kind of staring at her, she suddenly starts, like a dog, barking at them until they just like get up and leave. And she kind of laughs, and two more of the pirates come over and take a seat with her.
There is an interesting sight.
I'm not talking to that person. Somebody else can do it.
Well, we overheard that they're going to be in town for another 2 days, so I think that's all the information Notice wanted. I'm not talking to them.
I don't think there's going to be any other kinds of sailors in this part of the country.
Is it safe to assume that is Captain Tollo? They have that air of dominance over everybody else of the crew.
Make a insight check. Or I will allow investigation.
My passive insight's 14. Can I do that?
Passive insight, you definitely get an air of importance from this person, Nova.
Okay.
20.
While Dracon, you notice between the whip that she's sporting, as well as just some of the equipment that she has on her, and something about the way in which she's kind of over the top in trying to throw her weight around.
Yeah.
She's probably not the captain. You would surmise a bosun or maybe the lieutenant or first mate.
Okay.
Your thought is this is a wannabe. This is probably a number 2 person with ambition.
That makes perfect sense, yeah.
Oh god. 2 days. I mean, we could wait, but is it worth?
Yeah.
I can't even speak. I'm sorry. I'm nervous about possibly speaking to this woman.
Would you be able to spend 3 days on a boat with her?
No.
I would stay as far away as I possibly could. Yes.
What if we just went down to the dock and found a different pirate crew?
We could try.
I mean,
the thought.
Perhaps we could.
He's kind of scary.
Perhaps we could rent out a small boat from one of the villagers and roll our way out there.
So, I don't know much about pirates, but in all of the stories I read as a child, they'd like take over and wouldn't allow other people to have work in their area.
You think there's only one crew here at a time?
I think there is a crew of pirates. They might have multiple boats, but I don't think I don't think you'd get away with an easy out.
Honestly, I think you might be right. The only captain's name we've heard of is Talib. Makes sense.
Question outside game. Correct me if I'm wrong, but there's only one ship in the area, correct? Or docked here?
You only saw one.
A big ship.
I mean, there were like some little fishing boats, but nothing that looks like you
A
can make
major,
a major river
ship was one. Yeah.
Okay,
venture.
yeah.
I mean, we could wait 2 days until they travel, but we might as well inquire now.
Yeah.
I don't know if speaking to her would lead us to speak to the captain. Maybe that's who we actually need to speak to secure passage, but...
Okay, I'll go over.
Who's got good people skills?
I don't,
do.
but I'm heading
Against
over.
her, no one.
Not me.
Should I come,
I go with you 3.
Oh, good.
I just kind
We're
of
threatening.
I just
I
shake
will
my
sit
head and I'm
down
like,
and I
oh
will
well, I'll go. I'll follow him up there. Get us back.
I'll head over to the table.
And incidentally, as soon as she took a seat, you'd have noticed that the barkeep dropped whatever else he was doing and like immediately tended to her and has been bringing her. It looks like some of the nice brew and compliments on the house.
This is not going to end well.
Yeah, it'll be fine. So I'll head over, and as soon as I get in earshot or like in her personal space, catch her eye, just say, "My lady, you look like the kind of person I should be talking to. I'm trying to get a boat upriver. And I asked the barman and the bar lady earlier. They weren't very helpful. You look like you're in charge. Can you help?"
Make a persuasion check. I want to know her initial reaction to you.
Okay.
And roll for initiative.
My
Dude, he said there was 12 of them in here. Ugh.
persuasion.
Roll
I
good,
guess
E3.
what?
Roll
That is
good.
a 9 minus 1, so an 8.
She eyes you up, and you can see a dismissive air about her already. We're in port. Can't help you.
Is there anyone that can?
Sure. Captain Tollip, probably.
That's not you.
Please. I look like a Captain Tollip to you? I
don't.
don't got no eye patch. Don't got no peg leg. Got no ship of me own.
You look like a captain to me. I don't know who Captain.
Let's try again, little man. First mate, Grew Bright Eye.
First mate grew bright eye. Did you say?
Aye.
First
Now
mate
you
of
give
which
your
ship?
name, and I decide what I'm gonna do with you.
Oh,
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
I am Ithri. I am trying to get passage to Oakhurst, and if you know how I'd find this captain of yours, then that would be lovely.
I step in and say, we are trying to get the passage.
I
I'm
am
reading
trying
lips,
to-
by the
And
way.
who are you?
Erithio. It's a pleasure, my dear.
It's not. Don't do elves.
Well,
She turns back to E3. You want to know where the captain is? I can tell you. It's gonna cost you.
Okay, how much?
How much you got?
Not a lot. I don't even know how much it would cost to get to Oakhurst.
A lot. See, Captain doesn't want to do any work right now. Captain wants to rest for 2 days. Crew's been working hard, so here we are. Resting.
Okay.
And she leans back and props her feet up on the table. Two very muddy, booted feet. Tell you what though, I'll take you to see the captain.
Well,
For 25 gold.
I wish Dracon was here to haggle. I don't.
24 gold.
Yeah, 25 silver. That might be a bit steep for my blood.
All right, I'll cut you a bargain.
Sorry.
We'll make it 5 gold if you take the elf and drown him in the river.
it's a good deal.
Outside of game, I just want you to know that this file was this size before I just broke it.
Jesus.
She said, I don't do elves. It's
For
just,
the record, I do not condone this kind of behavior.
Ooh. I say we
Honestly,
take her out back and beat her up.
I hope you have a good rest. Sorry to interrupt, and I'll just
Yeah.
start walking away.
she watches.
I
you
stay
go.
there for a little bit longer and just give a bell. and
Why don't we
walk
just
away.
walk? Why don't we just walk? Yep, we're
This
walking.
this
like we're
whole
walking.
time, like this whole day, can I have been listening and trying to figure out like where this captain is specifically?
What I would do.
Yeah, I mean that's what Nova was doing.
No, but you didn't get my roll.
I mean her roll succeeded.
Maybe mine will succeed more.
All right, go ahead and roll a perception check.
Natural 20, because of course.
You know she does have
That
a
would
habit
be
of
really
rolling
good.
nat
Oh!
20s.
I got a 19.
I got a 1.
A natural 12
I mean,
one.
Honestly, people
You're
are just
old,
gonna
you
be
can't
like,
hear
"Oh, man, Have you
anything."
seen the captain? Well, let me tell you exactly where he is today. Like, you know.
I like to get into the old lady persona. I like stuffed my ears full of stuff. What? So, yeah, I don't hear anything.
As E3 and approach the table,
How did it go? Did you secure us passage to Oakhurst?
It did not go well.
I didn't even secure his passage to the captain.
I have a suggestion, and it might be extremely stupid. Maybe we should just board the biggest ship and ask him ourselves.
I think
Thank.
maybe we could just walk.
I don't
I'm
mind walking. It's gonna take a long time, but I'm fine. We have.
I'm really glad you didn't say just become pirates ourselves.
That was the next part of the plan, of course. We
You
offer our
just
allegiance to
steal a
him
ship?
for the rest of our lives, and we then create mutiny, and we
I-
take
no,
over.
I
I'm
meant-
not gonna
I
do
meant-
that. I'm not doing that.
Create mutiny. Then we
That
become
was a
dread pirates.
that was a joke again, guys. I know it's hard to tell when I'm being sarcastic, but
Is it- Is it not just always?
Drink your tea, Grandma.
Oh yes, she drinks her tea.
so
Have we seen any like stable in town that wasn't Otis's?
Yeah, there's the
Otis.
stable at the
How do you
inn,
plural that?
don't you mean Otto?
which would be owned by
Otto's.
Dean.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to him.
Office.
should we steal some horses? It would make
No.
perfect
Why
sense
are
for
we
the area we're
stealing
in.
so many things? We have so much money. Why are we stealing things?
You just said so many things. What have we stolen previously?
What?
A boat, apparently.
What do you mean? What have we stolen previously? Did we not steal things from? You know what? I
Where?
don't know. I don't know what I'm thinking. I'm gonna be out of game. I genuinely don't know what I'm thinking.
I don't think we did. That's
I thought
why
we. I
said
mean,
it.
we technically stole or tried to steal the horses. We stole the mule. We
We did not steal the
talked about stealing a lot of stuff from
Did we steal the
Ramos
mule?
and Gremeg's. Yes, we did. We didn't pay
sure
for
did.
it. It was at Ramos and Gremeg's thing, stable, and we took
We
it.
technically didn't take anything from that store other than what E3 paid for. though.
We've looted.
I'm pretty sure Byrne told us to, so it's fine.
Yeah. He just said you can have what's on the bodies, but not in the shop.
The horses weren't in
Yeah.
the shop, so we're good.
Yeah.
I think the boat upriver is gonna be trouble one way or another. They wanted to drown Dorithiel. Just
Yeah,
to
you know what? Let's just walk.
him.
I
Why?
don't I don't
What?
think they like elves very much. Yeah.
That seems to be a common theme in this town. So perhaps
After
we
that,
should
I
just-
pull my cow back up, or just have it
I-
up.
I like elves. Just so you know, we're not all that bad for Riffiel.
I know, Master Dracon.
I like elves too.
Yeah. Okay, Grandma.
I
So-
need to get used to seeing you like this.
Yeah, it's just like only her face is sticking
Oh
out.
yes, it's like a little round window of perfect baby face Cora.
They didn't put makeup on her to make her look.
There's a
Oh,
little
you
bit of
have-
makeup, but
you have her wrinkles.
Little wrinkles, yeah.
I mean, Cora's 18. There's only so much.
It's just like lines here and like here. That's probably it.
Like really bad.
Little
wrinkles.
mustache growing in.
A little
Is it
mole.
that stage makeup where, like, from 100 feet it looks great, and
It
then
looks
from
great
10 feet
up
it's
close.
like
To be clear,
you've just
though,
got white grey marks on
she
you.
wasn't trying to disguise Cora as an old lady. She was just putting her
Covering
in
her
old
hair.
lady clothing to cover the
Yeah.
hair.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't think Mother Scrang cared if Cora looked old or not.
Cora just took it one step further and
Right.
was like, I'm gonna be an old lady.
Cora has never done that before.
Taking
No,
things too
never.
far.
Yeah.
You guys are gonna have to remind me, what did Otis wanted to do with the
He just wanted
pirates?
he just wanted to know how long they were gonna be here. So why don't we just go back, tell him they're gonna be here for 2 more days, and then we can just start walking out of town. I think the sooner we leave, the better.
Was it just that? I know they were trying to. I don't know if force is the right word, but they wanted him to make
That's what it
armor
was.
and weapons for less than he was worth.
So the conversation I just had, Otis wanted us to potentially make his situation better. With the conversation I just had, I think
Not
all I
happening.
could do is make it worse.
You have to be brutal.
Should we
Did
kill
any of
somebody,
us
Miss
force?
Junko?
You want me to talk to them?
No.
No.
So
Maybe
I don't think any of us are brutal.
I am not. No.
I can be brutal, but it will start a fight.
I can
Right
be
now,
brutal.
I know this is where Ava would be like, "I'll take care of it," but I'm not doing that today. So
No, that's fine.
I can be
So-
brutally persuasive.
Should we?
Relax.
No.
Should
go
we?
back, punch her, fight, and then win fight.
Which
E3,
one of us
I-
looks
I
like we
vote
could
you-
win a fight against her?
E3.
Cora
Probably
slowly
E3.
stands
I
up.
was gonna say probably
Dang.
either E3 or she's gonna gesture at E3 and Cora.
Well, Cora has to keep her disguise, so E3 perhaps.
I can keep my
He was
disguise.
the one who
Go
spoke
up
to
and
her.
punch her in the face.
Call
I'll
her
cast
a
bark
sea
skin
dog.
on you.
On me?
Yes.
Are you?
What does that do?
I'll touch you. It makes your AC
I
can't be
mean,
less than
It
16.
causes your skin to like crinkle up into tree bark. Your entire body is just you take on the form of like a tree person.
Go get him.
Oh, she's gonna know what's
You're just
coming.
Titans.
I guess I'm just gonna go fight this fucking orc
Just
lady
go
then,
up
am I?
and punch her, I guess.
Call her a sea dog. Sit back
Um,
down.
okay, I'll go
I'll
back
only
up
do
to
that
the
if
orc
you want me
lady.
to do that. I wouldn't
well,
do that out of
no,
the
no.
blue.
This is taking a terrible turn.
This is taking a terrible turn. I'm all for it.
Why are we listening to GM Junko?
Yeah, I know, right?
GM
Dude, I
Tim
don't
thinks this is
know.
a terrible idea, but GM Tim also thinks this is in line with how Ava was handling the pirates before.
But
Guys,
is this-
guys, this
can't-
is great content.
You can't have your AC be less than 16 right now. That's what that
it's
does.
already 15. Does it?
So
Well,
is
now
it-
it's 16.
Yep.
Okay. Is this a good idea? Are we going for this? Looking at the players that are present.
I think it's a terrible idea.
They receive
I think it's very mean.
force.
I understand that, but are we in that much of a rush?
I think we should just.
I'm
walk.
fine walking. But you mentioned going to Otis to like help him out, so I don't know.
No, my point was that I don't think I would be able to help, only hinder.
Okay. Fair.
I
I don't know that
suggestion-
fighting them would make.
Make it better.
I'll
My
fight him.
Elephant,
it.
elephant mode.
My-
Let's do it.
My unarmed strike is, I think, at a disadvantage. Ah. No, it's got to do something. Oh, +2 to hit does 1 damage. Come on, man, that's good. I'll
Love tap. Nice. Should respect that.
punch him.
I think we've done enough here. From the conversation that was had earlier, I think getting involved with other people's business is probably a bad idea. But if you want me to, I'm quite happy to. I've never fought an orc before.
I've already made enough
Nova.
friends here.
If it helps, she's not a big walking pile of muscle. She's more lean than muscular.
Stop trying to get us to fight this orc.
I'm
If
gonna
there was a-
stand.
You-
I really want to go punch this lady because she said some really mean things
She's a
about
really horrible
Theo.
person. Does that help?
I want to punch her. I'm gonna do it. Nova's gonna get up and go punch her.
No, Nova.
Yep.
Wait,
Gets
my
up.
granddaughter.
Wait,
Gets
so
up.
Nova
Nova
casts
walks
spark
over.
skin on me and then goes and punches this lady.
So you, how do you do it? Like, do you just walk over, like
I-
tap punch, or
I walk over and I tap her on the shoulder,
Yeah.
and then as soon as she turns, I just punch her in the
Wham!
face.
Okay, make a
Oh,
unarmed strike.
What,
This is-
this is not gonna go well.
You disrespected my friend. Ah.
Nova's so
Um,
angsty and
And she
emo
was like
right now.
mid-drink, kind of laughing. It sounded like
I'm into hit.
you
It's a
punch
7.
and your knuckles connect with her jaw, and you can hear like
And then just
all of them
slide
crack.
off.
Her
Oh
head
my
doesn't
God.
even move.
And I just go,
One eyebrow kind of raises.
talk about my friends like that again.
Is that right?
A3's gonna get
Hands
up,
on table.
hammer out.
I'm gonna need everyone to roll initiative.
Figured.
I was gonna say you guys knew it was coming.
Don't kill anyone. I just wanted to punch that lady.
Broke your head.
Oh.
Shit. How are we gonna?
Give me 2
God,
seconds.
oh god, oh god. Hey, well, as long as I'm concentrating, you've got.
Oh, I
marks in
rolled
there.
terrible. Oh
I have to
no.
wait and do it in roll 20
You know,
anyway.
it's
So
been
did
like
I,
8
dude.
years since
So
I've had
did
a proper
I.
bar fight in a D&D game, so
I don't know why I would get into a bar fight with this character. She can only hit with
You
one
of
hand.
all people.
She said something really awful. That deserves a beating.
to be fair, metagame, I wanted her ass to get beat so bad. Alright,
I
Well-
don't stand for that. People are rude to friends. I don't
you guys
Huh?
can...
like that.
How many
I'll
people
take
she
the
said were
friend
gonna
record.
be in here? 12. I rolled terrible, guys. I just want you guys to
Oh
know
yeah,
that.
me too. I got a 3.
So, there are...
Would they leave
Kind
it?
of
Do you think
fear-
they would leave it as like a fight between the two of us, or no?
well, you'll
Oh
see.
god.
Give me one moment to
So,
get them on the
It's
map.
either she punches you back, which is gonna hurt, or we all get
She
in a
hasn't-
fight.
I mean, to be fair, there is sort of an unspoken in a bar fight. Odds are, I mean, she's not just gonna shatter a bottle and come at somebody, but
Well, that's what I'm gonna do.
What's on our table? Did you guys order drinks?
There's a couple cups of hot water.
Yep, like tea.
Unless
Oh.
you guys ordered drinks when you came and sat down, because it was like another hour before we heard Captain Tolov mentioned
Alright,
and
well,
this lady got there.
No, I wanted to do something, but it's not gonna happen because I don't want to scold anyone. I'm just gonna throw water behind me and just blame it on someone else and start the fight. But
A whole
Alright.
bar fight.
yeah, that is not gonna happen.
I'm good to continue. My bad.
okay.
Uh,
Give
hi.
me one moment.
No.
Hello.
Welcome back,
My-
sir.
This
you
can
know,
only
you
go
know,
bad.
my rolling. I think like the first fight we ever had, I rolled really high on initiative, and since then,
Oh my God, you got a 6. So there's a 3, a 5, and a 6.
bearing in mind
Yeah.
that's with a +2
Yeah.
as well.
Okay.
Oh my, I got a
I'm plus
plus
0.
3.
16.
I got a plus 3 to initiative, and I got a 5.
Dude,
Okay.
you gotta roll higher.
Turn tracker
I'm sorry,
is-
Nova's getting punched before I get there. That's for sure.
I don't care. I don't care.
Instant KO.
I'm just proving my point that she's a piece of poop.
So, at present, there are 4 pirates at her table, plus her, and then there are 6 more pirates around the tavern. No no idea if they're getting involved or not.
But they're not part of her crew, from what we could tell.
They are definitely part of the same crew.
They are all part of the
Oh,
same
okay,
crew.
okay.
Part of the
Part of the
ship,
ship.
part of the crew.
Damn it. That was too
I just
slow.
watched that movie. No.
Oh, and look at what the
Can we
the
get some
combat
Tavern Brawl
theme
music?
Is
Is
called.
that what it is? Pirate Battle.
That's literally the name of the song.
Nice.
That's
Or
that's on
Tavern.
random too. So sweet.
Tavern Brawl.
Okay, well, Dracon, that's what you just saw happen. You just saw Nova walk over and try her very best and probably break her knuckles.
How come
She
I'm
looks-
not on initiative?
Huh?
She looked more
You
angry
are.
than
You
the
and
damage
Juno
she did.
fill
I
it-
didn't. I'm sorry. Shame on you, Junko.
Can
does
I
anyone know what her
retcon-
dex is?
I could check
I can
that.
find
So
it really
check.
quick. We're good.
think it's like a
right?
plus-
9 on the die.
It's a. Oh my god, where is she?
I got it. Hold on.
It's an X.
Oh, I
Sorry,
can't
I
look
forgot I
at her
had to-
character. Why does she have it set so that you can't view her character sheet?
That means it has
Because
to be
that's how she wanted
McKnightsy.
it.
She has a
There's
+8 initiative.
secrets.
+8.
Jesus.
Yeah, her
Alright.
initiative's insane.
Her initiative just became 17.
Um,
And I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna bump it to 18 because I'm sure her dex is higher than Dracon's. Okay.
can I retcon the taking out the weapon?
Yes. Yes.
That was it. So
That's
I'm getting up and getting ready, but not actually.
Technically,
Yeah,
like,
this is a tavern brawl.
framed as soon as she was starting to get out of the chair. So Cora,
Yeah.
not Dracon, Cora, you just saw that occur. What do you do?
Uh-oh.
She'll stand up, her old weary bones creaking as she does. And then she'll quickly run over there. And she stood up, right?
The most bright grandma of all time.
I would like to trip her.
Okay. So you get up and suddenly dart across the tavern floor, like weaving between two of the serving staff, and go to like sweep her legs out from under her. Make an acrobatics or athletics check. That will be opposed by her own.
Acrobatics.
Oh, can we move our tokens over to the market?
I mean, it doesn't matter where you can.
Fingers
We're
of
not
that.
using it. It's theater of the mind.
Got it.
Okay. She got a 26.
Holy, I got a 14.
So you move to sweep her legs out from under her, and she actually like kicks your foot back down to the floor, and then like starts to kick the chair between the two of you as like a block. You technically have your bonus action still, and this is considered an attack action. What do you want to do with your bonus?
I'll punch her.
Okay.
I'm backing up Nova because I feel guilty. This grandma's gonna punch her in the face.
Hope you hit, because I certainly didn't.
You just gave her a nice cheek stroke when you.
12.
12.
I broke my own hand.
We're not
throw-
doing great.
You throw a punch at her, and she just kind of leans back, moving more or less as fast as you. She may not be strong, but she is agile as hell.
Well, as I do that, I'm gonna say, leave my granddaughter alone, you ruffian.
All right. Granddaughter!
Ultimate.
Ha! Lads, we got a brawl! And there's sort of cheers from the pirates. And Junko, that work. And she's going to.
This is what you said to do, Junko.
Junko is going to try to blend in with the. So, McKnightsy, I'm counting on you for her numbers because I don't have access to the character sheet.
Sure.
She's going to try to bonus action stealth to like disappear into the crowd a little bit. 10 on the die,
+5.
so 15. That is opposed by pirate passive perception. Okay. She just sort of disappears into the crowd, and a moment later, she's going to come out with a bottle of ale and try to sneak attack, shatter it on one of the rising pirates' heads. So, 15 plus 2 for proficiency plus whatever her dexterity is. I already know she hit.
3. Yeah.
Bottle is a D4
Oh, we got weapons involved.
plus her dexterity modifier. No, I'm sorry, improviser, not
Wow.
finesse. So plus her strength modifier.
Her strength modifier is 0.
Okay. And what's her sneak attack? Do you is that 3d6, 2d6?
Sneak attack is 2d6.
Okay. She hits one of the pirates in the back of the head, just smashing the bottle into nothing for 13 points of damage, and the pirate is just out cold. Just slumps into a chair. That's one pirate down.
Damn.
At least one of us can do something.
Yeah.
The one that's not here.
Dracon.
Right.
How close am I to, I guess, the closest pirate?
Within a single movement, you can get there.
I
You're
will...
not adjacent to any, but you are within. You can assume within like 10, 15 feet.
Okay, I know I can't sneak, but I would like to try and circle round one of them to hit them from behind.
Most of them are still seated, to be honest. Only Gru has got to her feet.
Then I'll give them like a slight crack around the side of the head with my quarterstaff.
Oh, okay.
Heyo.
And should I assume? I'm assuming you guys are doing all this non-lethal.
Of course, yeah.
Of course, yeah.
All right.
I mean,
sure.
if I wasn't,
So, yeah,
believe
you
me, I
can
would have
move up and
I
crack
would have
one of the
thunder
pirates in
waved the whole place. So
Go ahead and make
I
that
thought about
attack.
it.
Civilians and all.
Yeah,
15
everyone's
to hit.
getting thunder wave.
Two-handed.
15
You named it Nova's
does
quarterstaff?
not
Mhm.
hit.
What? Do I get sneak?
That's rude.
Sneak?
That's not.
You don't.
really a
You don't
thing.
see me come in. Come on, bro.
But you know what? I will give you advantage on the attack roll because I don't think they'd be prepared for the old man in the dress to come at them.
Natural
In the
20.
dress.
There you go. All right, natural 20. Well,
2d8 damage.
Good roll.
10 damage.
10. Whack! You crack one of the pirates upside the head, and he is out. Like, actually, I like to think with the advantage, like, you go to bring it down on him, or you go to with an upward strike, and he kind of catches it with his arms, like, ah! And you reverse the staff, bringing the butt end straight down on his noggin, and he just falls out of the chair.
The Kiri counter. No, I would,
That's what he needed to do to you there.
with the rest of my movement, if it does matter, I would like to try and step away and act like it wasn't me.
Just
I
a
would
Stand into the
say-
crowd.
Because
Yeah.
you don't have like a bonus action to do anything like that, I would say you can't really. It's not going to be very convincing. Like you can try to get away, but they're going to know. Like it was obviously.
I'll like cuddle down onto my quarterstaff.
Oh, don't mind me, guys. I'm just.
Gandalf
back
with
up.
his staff.
Yeah,
Gru.
with blood just leaking
Oh,
down.
who's
and
she
stuff.
gonna punch? Me or Cora?
Let's see.
I hope it's me. Do it.
Hope it's the old lady.
She actually grins. And she is going to come at Nova really fast and really hard with 3 unarmed
still, like-
strikes.
Is she a
The
monk?
unarmed strikes.
Oh, fuck.
And Kato.
But
You
no,
better
she's
hope
a
she
really
doesn't-
terrible person. I'm really glad you guys picked a fight with her. Yeah.
This has been a setup, guys.
The lowest. 9, 10, 11.
If it's above 13, my
Okay,
AC is 13.
So the first,
Did you
are
not
able to
buckskin
like
yourself?
get aside.
It's concentration. I can only do it to one person at a time.
So it's miss, hit.
Nice.
Because 16 is the next lowest.
Just
And
to
then
confirm.
23.
So did you actually bark skin me and then go and punch her?
Yeah.
That's what happened.
So you take
I thought you were gonna punch her. You were taking too long, so I got up and punched
2
her.
points of damage from the first, and then 2 points of damage from the second hit as they strike you
Four.
one after another. And she's actually going for your gut more than your face.
Nice.
And you notice
Ouch.
there's not a lot of oomph in her punches, so much as they're like sharp jabs.
Ooh, cool.
Not a
cool,
monk,
cool.
And she's very like, it's not like Korra where everything is very efficient precision strikes. It's more like everything is a flourish, almost like she's dancing, like a lot of spins. Like she gets up on the chair and then leaps into the air spinning to smash the chair down for that one of the hits, and then like ducks under a swing and goes in for a second hit in your gut. Like she's very like a lot of charisma to what she's trying to do. Almost like a performance. That is it for Gru's turn.
He's
She's
a
like, up and
bard.
at 'em, boys! Or they'll be hell to pay! E3.
Oh shit! Am I before any pirates?
You are.
I'm not.
That's
So
like
if
Noah's
we
still like, ow!
Not another one. Ah!
is it obvious how many people are with her?
Yes. I would
Everyone
say.
in the bar
It's-
that's
it's
not
pretty
us.
Clear. Like, when the pirates came in, they looked dangerous enough that they're pretty hard to miss in this place, I would think.
Roughly, rough count. Like, is it like 5 or is it like 10,
Well,
15?
there were 10. Now there are 8.
10. Okay.
And
Cool.
they are all still technically they're all getting ready to get up, but
Ithri is gonna yell, "Bar fight!" and then "Awoo!" as he rages.
this is like a dwarven mellowing out party.
Yeah.
Having out part. This is just every.
Typical Tuesday.
See,
Yeah.
never worry. Now you're right back at home. Bar fight.
Fighting
so
is what
I'm-
we excel at.
Oh,
Talking
no.
to people is not so much.
Oh, you're raging.
Yeah.
Uh,
That was why the
Plus
wolf
Barkskin.
owl.
Okay, as you begin to rage, you can almost hear. Oh, I don't know. This is sort of not my. Oh, whatever. And, green energy begins
Fuck.
crackling around you, and as long as you are raging, anytime a creature hits you with an attack roll, they take 2 points of force damage in retribution.
Fucking. Would
Wow.
would
Perfect for this
Ithri
situation.
know that? Because that's happened before, right?
Yes, this has happened before, so I'd say you've kind of got you can sense this protective magic around you.
You have a higher AC and now a thing that if you're getting
Ithri is going to jump up onto a table and recklessly punch Gru. What did you say her name was? Gru,
Mhm.
the orc lady in the face.
Okay.
Like,
Oh, do I have to roll a
because I'm like,
concentration check?
because I'm like 4 foot, right?
Yeah, and she's actually quite tall, even for a half orc. She's about 6'5".
So, I'm up on a table so that I'm same height as her.
Yeah, sure.
Cool. I've never done an unarmed. Give me a sec. I'm sure
It
I've
should
got
be.
one here.
Yeah, it should be right below all your weapons.
Yeah, it's the bottom one.
So that's 20 to hit.
20 will. I
Nice.
think that'll hit her. Yeah, 20 is actually going to hit her.
Okay, it's 5 damage.
It's a
So
lot.
it was-
Bludgeoning.
E3 was a perfect person to go fight.
Yeah, and he was worried. Yeah, you are able to crack
Ashley
her,
wasn't worried.
and you hit her a hell of a lot harder than Nova did, and this time, like, her head jerks, and she actually sort of does like a little spin, turning it into a pirouette to let the momentum carry her around. Again, not unlike a dance. She takes 5 points of damage.
Do I have to make a
Ithri's just
concentration
grinning like
check?
an idiot.
Is Barkskin
'Cause I have-
concentration?
It's
Then
concentration.
yes, it would only be DC 10,
Right.
but you'd have to make 2
Con-
concentration checks.
Who?
Yep, for each
That's a
hit.
con save, right?
Right.
Okay. There you go. Oh, I didn't roll the second one.
Okay.
I don't know why I won't roll another one. I don't know. There it goes. There, we're good.
13.
Oh, cool.
Okay. Yeah, so you maintain the bark skin.
And I'm just grinning at the orc lady.
Okay, and now she's like turning away from Nova, now looking at you. Oh, it's your crew. Come back for seconds? Still thinking about my offer?
After a discount.
Yeah.
Therithiel.
Dracon screams, woo!
I watched all this.
Woo! Discount.
I watched all this
Funny.
happen. And I just shake my head, stand up, walk confidently towards her, get up to like I don't know, 5 feet away from her, put my cow down. Well then, shall we do this? Then I take a swing at her.
Puncher.
I love the opposite
15.
approaches.
15 is not going to hit her. So you take a swing, and like she sort of just spins out of the way, moving around behind you, trying to stay at your 6 o'clock, so you can't strike her. And she's very nimble and mobile.
I will do the same and use what's it called? Action search.
Second one.
Try to attack,
Oh, yeah.
attack, yeah.
All right, love it.
So
No.
I copy her movements and try to do the same to get her to her back and then attack.
Believe.
Oh, it's worse.
I don't
12.
believe.
Yeah,
12.
she's of the two of you. She seems the faster, and like you try to predict her, anticipating her movements. Have you seen that scene when like in Avatar when Aang and Zuko and Aang's just like staying in his shadow the entire time, and however he moves, like he knows he's there, but he just can't. That's what she's kind of doing to Thurfield right now.
I don't
Shut
get
up,
that reference.
It's tragic.
Not cultured at all.
Watch
yeah,
our show.
that's end my turn.
Okay, well the pirates are going to jump up. The two who are still conscious at the table with Gru are going to kind of rush around the table. One of them is going to grab a chair and try to crash it down on E3.
Oh, we're doing that kind of thing. Cool. I'd like to point out I was reckless, so he gets advantage.
Noted. Okay.
I mean, if Dracon did use his staff, why can't?
Which is 20 to hit.
Well,
I'll hit.
I'm not
Okay.
hitting one person for 1 damage.
So you do take 3 points of damage. However,
Is that
because
already
you're
halved?
hit-
Is that already halved?
No. So you
Okay.
take 1 point of damage as the chair just smashes on your kind of like on your shoulder blades. But as it does so, there's sort of an illusory version of you that sort of moves out of your body, bringing a fist around and backhanding the pirate, right, breaking his nose, and he takes 2 points of force damage, like a little, like a mirror version of you, if you will.
Yeah, cool. I like this.
The other one is going to move around and attack Nova
Sweet.
for
Thanking.
5 to hit.
I presume they're not
does
leaving
not
my
hit.
space.
No. They just both kind of moved around the table to get to you two.
Yeah.
We miss
The
it.
next table of 6 pirates kind of gets up. All of them moving. 2 of them are going to hang back at the table and just pick up mugs. One of them is going to hurl a mug. Actually, each of them is going to hurl a mug. One is at Cora, the other is at Thurithio. Cora, that is 20 to hit. Thurithio, that is 19 to hit.
Give me a
Hits.
second. Do I have my shield?
Cora,
No,
you take
hits.
3 points of damage.
But I'm gonna use my reaction. This counts as a missile, right?
It does, yes.
I'm gonna grab it.
Just
Let's see.
snatch the cup right out of the air.
Grab it, drink
oh,
it, chuck it back.
Let me see. Okay, so let me.
Is grandma
Let
just
me
like...
see.
Mm.
Baddest grandma ever alive.
Okay, so when you do, how do you put this in chat? Can I do that or no?
what are you trying to do?
It doesn't need to
trying
be
to
in
put it
chat.
in chat.
You're deflecting missiles. That's all.
Well, no, I'm gonna
spend a key point
use a
to-
key point and throw it back.
Okay, so you catch them up, like you kind
Yeah.
of leap up, catch it, and spinning in the air, hurl it right back. And I'm gonna guess that's a dexterity.
It's a ranged,
Yep. Okay.
a ranged touch attack, or a
Touches.
range.
Yep.
Touch attack.
Ranged
oh my
attack
God.
is with a monk weapon,
Mhm.
so that would be
It's
the
a
same
dexterity.
bonus.
It's a proficient, like you're throwing a shuriken.
I'm just gonna roll this.
That's
it
fine.
would be the same. So
Yeah.
13.
13. It doesn't hit, but like as you see for just a moment, and he just ducks as the mug shatters on the wall right behind him. The other 4, 2 of them are going to attack Junko, 2 of them are going to
Wait,
attack
hold on.
Dracon.
Hold on. You said I got
Oh.
hit too, and you gave
Yeah, 1
damage.
damage.
1 damage.
Oh, I didn't hear that. My bad.
So my backing away like an old decrepit man didn't work.
No, it didn't, because you didn't have an
Wow.
action to actually like.
Wow,
Disguise.
Sam, it's all about the role play. bro,
Question,
not
though.
Yeah,
mechanics.
well, you've still got to. If you're going to get mechanical benefits, you got to spend the mechanics accordingly.
Me.
Mechanical
So-
question, though.
Mhm.
Mechanical question. Since I'm the last one that got engaged with the chick, does he get disadvantage for trying to attack me for being in combat?
No,
I'm with
I
that.
don't think that's Pathfinder. That's not in 5th edition.
Yeah.
God damn it. Got my things.
Good thought, though. So Dracon, one of them comes up and just tries to grapple you, and that's going to be 11, and you would oppose that with your choice of acrobatics or athletics. The other one,
Come on, Drake. Come
while
on.
you're grappled, tries to punch you in the gut, but it's only a 6, so I know it's not going to hit.
Yeah, that misses, and he doesn't grapple me.
Okay, so yeah, one came to grapple you, the other's coming at you. You just kind of grab him and spin and like throw him into the other one, knocking the two into each other, and they're just kind of knocked aside and getting
I would
back up
just
to...
like to point out, I hope everybody in the group is watching how dexterous I am being.
I'm
Thank you.
recovering from
Junko.
getting hit.
That is a 7 and a 15 to hit Junko. I'm going to assume 15 is going to hit her.
Correct.
She's going to take 2 points of damage. Can you update that as well?
I got it. Yep.
Okay. And that's it for the pirates.
What?
Finally, Nova, you've been kind of like...
Yay!
Was that your first time
And then I
punching somebody?
got. That was my first time punching somebody ever. My
Broken
first punch.
knuckles.
That tracks.
And
Never go for
then
the
I got hit in the
face.
stomach, so I'm like, oh my god, should have just knocked the mug out of her hand. And I was like, wake up, and I'll go, okay. And I'm gonna use the cantrip Primal Savagery, and then I'm
Ooh.
going to attack her.
Okay.
So
there's sort
my
of
like
this-
nails elongate and my teeth, like, I just look
Yeah.
really like,
You
it's
look
cool.
at her and like you let out like a little tiger snarl.
yeah.
She kind
You
of
should start barking at her like
gives
she
you a
did
second
before.
look now.
I do. I just like growl at her like she was barking at those two people. And it is gonna be
It's sort of like that moment
Hopefully it
just
hits.
before someone goes full werewolf. Did you just?
19 plus
That'll
4 to
hit.
hit.
You absolutely
Nice. Nice.
So
well
it
done.
is
Nice.
1d10,
Oh
and
shit.
it is it's only a 2.
Okay.
But if I remember correctly, it is the acid damage.
Okay. So.
And then after I hit her, it's like, or I scratch at her,
Yeah,
I
it's like-
guess I would rather do.
Mhm.
It just fades away and I look normal again.
And there's like 2 lines on her cheek that are just sizzling a little bit at a hiss, and she's kind of. You can see now she's mad.
Good.
Cora.
That's cheating.
What do you mean? I just used my nails. What are you talking about?
Pirate.
Using my hand. Pirate.
Cora is gonna try to jump on her back and grapple her.
Ooh.
I told you to leave my granddaughter alone. So what would I roll for that?
Well, it sounds like that's a grapple.
Yeah. So what do I roll for that?
Acrobatics or athletics? And you
Oh,
said this
this
is targeting
is-
Gru?
This is a mistake. Yeah.
on,
Acrobatics.
come on.
Well, 13. I can't roll very well.
Oh shit, 12.
Oh shit!
So
oh shit!
she tries to do that same. You've started to recognize she has signature moves that she's using. She tries to do the pirouette away from you, and you just take 2 extra steps forward and manage to catch hold of her and like pull her back to where she was. That is an attack action, so you can still use your bonus action to do whatever you'd like with it.
So I'm like on top of her,
Well,
on
you've
her
got her
back.
grappled. Yeah.
I like jump on her back, and I just want to like punch her while I'm on her back.
Okay.
I guess. Would I have advantage or anything for that? Since
No, but
she's
her
grappled?
movement just became 0 as long as she is grappled.
Does anybody else have advantage to hit her or anything?
Actually, you'd probably be flanking her, so you would have, not advantage, but you'd have +2 to hit.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll just punch her then. 18 to hit. Then.
18 will hit her.
Yeah, take that.
How much
I
damage?
like, while I'm on top of her, I just like, punch her right in the rib.
The rib or... Okay.
In
5,
the
yeah,
ribs.
that tracks.
Yeah, 5.
Okay. She kind of...
I'm just like, ugh.
Give
Junko,
my granddaughter.
Granny Cora doesn't take any crap.
I think... Yeah, well, Junko's already got 2 guys on her, so she's going to stick to them. She is going to... Well, no more sneak attack here. Oh, no! There is.
She has that.
Allies adjacent. Yep.
Yeah, flanking. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's just fine then. She's going to make sure she's flanking one with Dracon, and she's going to go for a whack. And actually, you know what? No. Yeah, we're just gonna go for the 1.
Yeah, I don't want to spend too much time in her profile.
Flanking with Dracon. 20 plus her dexterity is 3 plus
3.
proficiency.
2.
Yeah.
As in
Shit.
natural 20.
No, 20 plus
Oh,
2 from
okay.
flanking with Dracon. That is going to be 4, 5, 6 points of damage. to one of the ones on her.
Nice.
So she kind of puts her back to Dracon's back, and then is going to, as soon as he comes at her, she grabs him by the fist and slams him into the table. And she's using very, like, efficient, military-trained movements. And I think that's going to be the end of her turn. Dracon.
Okay, as we are technically flanking this fellow here, I will take a swing at him with my quarterstaff.
The injured one or the not injured one?
The injured one.
Okay.
So 15.
Sure. 15 is not going to hit.
Damn it.
All right, so you and Junko sort of trade places. You bringing the staff around, and it'd be mostly dexterity. So yeah, he just kind of is ducking and weaving, dodging the swings of your staff.
Okay.
Gru is up. Gru.
Cora's on her back, just like, ah!
She's
gets
right in front of her, like.
off, and her eyes turn to pools of darkness
Uh-oh.
as two skeletal, spectral wings burst from her
Why
back.
is everyone
What?
ASMR in
As
this
soon,
What?
as soon as she had
Jesus.
golden hair, I was actually
Yeah.
going to say, is she ASMR? But I was like, nah.
Cora's
She's
like,
both
"What?"
ASMR and half orc.
What the fuck?
half ASMR, half
ASMR just
orc.
means half celestial. No one said what the other half is.
Oh my god.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Each creature within 10 feet. So that would be Nova,
That would be me.
Therithiel, E3, and Cora have to make charisma saving throws or become frightened of her until the end of her turn.
Ah.
Oh, man.
So she's using magic. That's all I needed. I just needed that
That's
trigger.
fine. It's a
fine.
racial ability. And it's
Ah.
Yeah, it's a racial ability.
No, E3.
I don't know if I said R enough yet. That's a
okay.
7.
So Cora, you are not frightened. E3, you are frightened. Though doesn't rage give you something for fear?
Let me check. I
I
don't.
thought you could.
Therithiel, you are
You can't
frightened.
be feared.
Question though,
Mm-hmm.
is that considered being charmed? That's differently.
No,
Okay.
it's just frightened. You're seeing basically these giant monstrous angel wings, or what's left of them, just rotted skin hanging from translucent bones.
Like,
I got
it
I
a
need
looks
to
like
two.
change dice because these dice are killing.
it looks like Junko's wings, right?
It does,
When I
yeah.
saw them.
And I would imagine that's going to actually stall Junko out for a moment to see that. And Gru
got
lets
a
out sort of
two.
a very distinctly orcish roar of rage. And she is going to try to grab Cora and flip her onto the table. That's an unarmed strike.
What does
I
fear
will-
do to you?
Frightened means you have disadvantage on attack rolls while the source of your fear is in view.
Right.
And you cannot willingly move closer to the source of your fear.
Actually,
But they're already adjacent, so.
Stilly, you don't need to roll. When that happens, Cora just says, like, kind of in her ear, "You're an ASMR?"
Well, no, this is an unarmed strike, so she still does need to roll.
I'm gonna let go of the grapple.
That's
is
fine.
My point.
Either way, it's an unarmed
Okay,
strike. So
yeah.
you might. It doesn't matter at this point. Like it's all at the same moment. So she's kind of surprising you, or maybe not. 15 to hit.
Yep.
That does it. Okay, so like you go to let go, and she's got you and flips you onto your back. You kind of smash into the table
Got it.
and through the
Wasn't
table.
anything.
So on top of the 2 points of damage, you take an additional 6 points of necrotic damage, which I believe you are resistant to. So 3 points of extra damage.
Yes. And I said that, not that it really matters, but I said it without an old lady
Yeah.
inflection. Did you say 3 necrotic and 2 regular?
Yep.
Okay.
And you've smashed through the table.
Ow!
Her crew doesn't seem like nobody other than you guys seems surprised to see this. Got some damn gnats around me.
Kill him.
And then she's going to use a bonus action to do nothing. E3. It is your turn.
I am not immune to fear.
Okay, that's
so-
unfortunate. I was hoping it like gave you advantage or something on saves.
there's nothing in D&D Beyond that I can see that has anything to do with that, unless it's like a later level thing. So I'm scared of her. Do I need to move away, or
you don't have? No, you don't. You just have disadvantage on attack rolls, and you cannot move closer to her. But you're already adjacent, so you can still attack her and everything. It'll just be with disadvantage.
Okay.
So Reckless would negate that and make it just a regular roll.
Yeah, I think Ithri is gonna turn attention to the guy that hit him with a chair.
Oh, okay.
Because he still stood right next to me, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Ithri is gonna look down, pick up a tankard. I presume they were drinking out of tankards.
Mm-hmm.
Take a swig and then punch him in the face with it.
Nice. Okay, so that'll be a D4 on damage instead of unarmed strike. It's an improvised weapon.
Is it still the same to hit?
Yes.
And I'm doing this recklessly again.
Okay, so just
Because I
be regular.
kind of want them to hit me. That is a 22 to hit.
Oh, that's still rolled with advantage. You have both disadvantage and advantage. So it's a regular.
I thought it was only disadvantage against Gru.
No, it's as long as she's within
As long as you
your
could see
sight.
her.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So that'd be 13. 19 is still gonna hit, so you're fine there.
Cool. That was me misunderstanding stuff.
No
I
problem.
should have. So 1d4 plus 5. 7 damage to that guy.
Ouch. He is out.
Nice.
The glass doesn't shatter, but it lets out a dull clunk as you crack him in the head, and he just kind of tries to stagger a little bit and passes out. He tries to stay on his feet, but he can't.
I'll just as a bit of flair, I'll just throw the rest of the tankard on him. Someone that.
Just dripping onto his face. Therithiel.
Question: is there a check I could make to snap out of being afraid?
Nope. So it always depends on what it is that it's where it's coming from. In this case, though, it just says until the end of her next turn, so there's no check. So once she finishes her next turn, it's over anyway. It represents basically for one round, you're startled to the extent that you're like, holy shit, that's an ASMR?
Mm-hmm.
Is there anyone else around us beside her? Another pirate I could attack.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there's some pirates.
There was one.
There's the one that was near me that tried to hit me.
Oh, that's right. You're over there. Yeah. There's still one.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
the
so
only
we're in the
pirate
same
remaining.
area.
The others are. There's 2 on the other side of the tavern. There are 2 by Junko and 2 by Dracon.
All right. Well, I get that guy on the shoulder, spin him around to face me, and try to punch him in the face.
Okay. You will still have disadvantage. Keep that in mind.
Disadvantage, right?
Oh,
3.
that's tragic.
Oh.
3 is not going to hit him. So you try to grab him and turn him around. You deliver the punch, but it's all muscle that you connect with. It just kind of like you just punched stone. And he kind of grins, and you can see that he has very few remaining teeth. His breath is foul. It's like a mixture of booze and couple-day-old fish.
Oof. Yeah, that's my turn.
That's it?
Yeah.
The pirates are up. So that one is now going to go for Therithiel.
Oh, great.
9 to hit is not going to hit you. He tries, you kind of block his attack. The 2 who are throwing things are going to continue throwing things. One of them is going to throw at... Actually, I think they're both going to throw at E3. Since Cora is now just lying in a pile of table wreckage. The first one, E3, that is 19 to hit you.
That will hit.
And it does hit, and you do take 2 points of damage, reduced to 1. But then your mirror version just sort of materializes in front of the cup before it can hit the floor, catches it, and then hurls it right back and back onto that guy for 2 points of damage, and it shatters on him.
Nice.
Yes.
This is the best thing in a bar fight. It's ridiculous.
Amazing.
The other one, that's only a 12 to hit you.
Ah, that's a shame.
Okay, so the other one just
I
kind of
want them to hit me.
I can drop Barkskin, just yell at me.
I mean, that still wouldn't have hit. But...
The two going after Dracon are going to move to flank Dracon.
Oh, no.
Jesus.
Not
5 and 5 to hit you with flanking.
Okay.
That's 5 and 5. I rolled 2 3s.
Nice.
I will swell my quarterstaff and deflect both hits.
Awesome. You know,
And you hear the ching of a deflect him, you know what I mean.
extended Return of the King when Gandalf is fighting on the wall. When he's just going
Yes.
ham with that staff. That's Dracon right now.
That's Dracon right
Thank-
now.
That is a compliment, and I'll take it.
They can't really flank Junko right now. So one of them is going to hit her, and the other one is going to change targets. So Junko, that's 14 to hit. Okay.
Sorry, Junko.
Oh, I'm sorry. 14 does hit.
It does it, Junko?
Yes, she
Okay,
has
Junko
one
is going to take another 1 point of damage. Sorry, she takes 1 point of damage. The
We need to
last
get her
one,
some better armor.
is actually going to redirect and is going to go for Nova. $16 to hit you.
That does hit.
That's going to be 1 point of damage.
Okay.
As he kind of comes up behind you, grabs you like by the hair and drags you away from Gru a little bit. Like, come here! It is your turn.
I will like tear myself free of him and use Primal Savagery again and just like leap at Gru and attack her again.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I can't move towards her though,
You
can
can't-
I?
Well, you are still
You're in the
considered adjacent
vicinity.
to her, if that helps.
I'm still adjacent to her.
Yeah,
Okay.
he didn't pull you that
So
far
the-
away, but
Okay.
he's trying.
He's trying. Well, then that's what I'll do. It's at disadvantage, yeah?
It is, yes.
Disadvantage. Let's hope this works.
I'm
Two
rooting for you.
times.
I had to change dice because my
20.
dice were.
That
Oh, that
Oh.
feels
sucks.
so bad.
Oh, that's
I mean-
painful.
I was gonna say you could use Chat's Blessings, but you don't have enough to hit her.
Yeah,
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's
So you're
fine.
lashing out, and it's like when somebody's got an animal on the end of their leash. You're just trying to get her as hard as you can, but he's like got you by the hair and is yanking you away from her, and you just
pretty
can't.
much.
And she just kind of laughs in your face. Cora, you are prone, like with your back in the table, in the wreckage of the table that's legs have cracked in half. What do you want to do?
That wasn't the table I was on, was it?
Oh, hi.
It would have been, yeah.
Okay.
Am I on top of Itzri?
Yes,
In a
but
pile?
mechanically
Oh,
speaking, that's
boy.
not really going to change anything for you two. You can easily just get up.
No, it's just gonna go. Oh, Itzri. Oh, that she'll
Get up.
stand up.
I'll like chuck her to her feet.
I'm going to check something really quick.
Alright.
Cora, your disguise has been kind of
Messed up.
disassembled.
Ah! It
Your,
The
probably-
your
shawl
hood
is
is
gone.
down. Yeah, the shawl's absolutely down. Your hair is kind of out a little bit.
Cora's gonna look at her and be like, You're an ace.
I'm gonna kick your ass in a second, girl.
Who cares what she is? Just beat her up.
I don't want to. Cora will go forward and punch her, even though she doesn't want
Just
to.
run around her in
Then
circles.
don't punch her.
There's other peeps you can punch if you want to.
You know what? Are the wings still out?
Oh yeah, they're out for 1 full minute.
Yeah.
A minute?
That's and she can do that all the time, so it's not cool. How's she look like health wise? She look like she's fucking.
She actually looks more or less pretty healthy. She's taken a few hits, but she seems like she can take a real big beating.
Okay, fine. You wanna fight me? I'm a real match for you, and I'm gonna punch her in the nose.
Oh shit. Okay.
Got your nose.
Wait.
I'm gonna be like, oh, got your nose.
This isn't
I
a
got it.
stunning.
I don't have that.
Okay, I wasn't sure.
We're only level 4. We've been
I don't
level
know what
4
level monks get that.
for 5 years.
True.
Because we're in a tavern brawl instead of accomplishing
It's
quests.
true.
Yeah.
You guys could have just left.
I love how our DM's like, why are they not going to? Oh, by the way, go into this fight.
I assume that doesn't hit.
does not
you
hit.
should definitely fight.
I'll
Oh,
go
by the
for
way, you should definitely fight this
for nose
person.
again.
That was Junko.
Are you fucking? I assume that doesn't hit.
That also is not going to hit.
That's okay.
So, yeah,
Flurry of blows.
Oh,
Look her up.
okay.
Fuck
That's,
You flurry those blows.
that's also not going to hit.
Don't.
Wait, I'm
fuck her up.
flanking, right?
15 doesn't hit.
Fuck!
Your rolls from
I'm
last night
match
are
for
carried
you.
over into
I don't even
tonight.
have to hit you.
You're
Whoa!
She
going-
just has her arm stretched out
Uh,
over your head, and you're just like,
Bobbing and weaving. You can't land a blow on her. She moves like a fighter.
And what I would like to do is kind of move and like kind of keep her focus on me. So I'm gonna provoke. I'm gonna move like
Well, you
15.
Right, you only used half your movement to get up and prone.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna move away from her?
Yeah.
There's also
And I'm just.
a pirate adjacent to you as well. Is that okay?
Oh, fuck that guy. I don't care about him.
Okay, well, she attacks you. Natural 1.
You miss.
So she wasn't expecting you to suddenly pull away.
Yeah.
The pirate 5 to hit.
Nope.
Okay.
Like, come on! You sissy!
And where are you moving to?
I'm moving towards the door.
Well, so away from the tavern towards like the warehouse.
out to the market.
Oh, right, it's open.
No door.
Right. I.
she wants to take this outside to the market.
Away from them and towards me.
Are
Okay.
people like watching?
Yes.
Like people who aren't involved, are they
Hearing?
just like, oh yeah,
Yeah,
great,
I mean,
some
they're getting out of
entertainment.
the way. Some people are still even risking drinking. The ones who are at the tables furthest from the actual fighting, like, they're just going about their business. You get the impression this probably isn't a rare event here.
That was.
Yeah, this happens pretty.
Does she
often, I would
seem
say.
Does she seem upset by my insults?
Not really.
You sissy!
Like calling her a sissy.
She's more distracted by the people who are actually like really. She seems pretty distraught about.
By only
Nova,
E3.
to be honest. Junko is up. Dracon, you got this.
Of course I do.
She's gonna bonus action disengage. She's going to snatch a bottle off of a table as she's going by, and she's gonna try to sneak attack Gru. D4.
Sneak
Nice,
attack
19.
is a 2d6, yeah.
And it is a sneak attack because she has E3 and Thrithiel adjacent. And Nova.
Basically surrounded this lady.
16 points of damage. As she comes up and smashes the bottle on the back of Gru's neck.
That's the play of the game right there.
Gru is almost bloodied.
Oh, shit.
She blinks several times, like you'd expect her to pass out from a hit like that. Have you ever seen somebody just smash a bottle on their own head and they're just kind of like, after their eyes stop rolling for a minute, they're like, ha ha! That's sort of what she does.
Junko, I got it. It's fine.
And Junko's kind of like looking at her in a little bit of disbelief, like, really? And unfortunately, that's
Still?
Junko's turn. Dracon, you have three pirates around you.
Cool. I'm going to just shout out loud.
This is so.
Obviously not the start that he usually has, but
This is so invigorating.
and as I say that, I'm going to twirl my quarterstaff, and the one that was initially hit by Junko, I'm gonna aim for the balls, and I'm gonna upswing
Oh no!
straight in the gonads.
Get him.
Hey, fighting.
Dracon, the MVP of this fight.
14. What would
Plus-
I know that AC? 15 doesn't hit.
Is this to a-
I can't remember.
I don't mind telling you at this
19
point,
has
once the
hit.
combat is gone, particularly for chat's blessing reasons. You would need 2 Chat's Blessing to hit him.
Okay, I'll use 2 Chat's Blessing. And I will
Alright.
hit this guy in the balls.
Yeah.
Fuck him up. Let's see what the damage is.
The damage is only a 2. But that was the one that was hurt before.
Okay. He is still conscious, but you crack him in the balls, and he's like... "Ugh." Like, he's... this close
needs a
to...
moment.
He's
Please
probably
leave me
not
alone
having
now.
fun anymore. He's probably done.
He's probably not having fun anymore.
No
Okay, I'm
babies for
done.
that guy.
Nope.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that will be me. I mean, I can do other stuff, but yeah, that's me.
Okay. Gru is up.
I rolled so terribly.
She is... so E3's on his back, so she's dismissing him. She's gonna go for Nova. While she sees you're being held by the hair, she's gonna grin, pick up one of the broken table legs, and she's going to try to whack you with it.
Good.
Ooh, 10 to hit. That's not gonna hit you.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Somehow.
She goes to, and like last second, you rip your hair free, and like duck, and it goes right over your head. She's like, "Stay still, girl." That's good because that would have been necrotic damage too.
That is bad advice in a fight.
No, ma'am.
E3.
Respectfully.
Yeah, it's
I
funny.
refuse,
Something
ma'am.
about getting hit in the head by that bottle, like, dislodged the memory of Junko even being there. From her. E3.
Ithri is going to stand up, look around for weapons, look at what's her name, Gru, attacking Nova, and try and grab one of her tusks and pull it towards his head, smashing her face into his head.
Okay.
Hopefully,
You are getting up
we'll
from
see
prone
how
first,
this
you said,
goes.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So half my movement.
Yep.
And
okay,
then-
so this, just an unarmed strike.
I think this would consider. I'm not feared anymore, right?
You are no longer. None of you are frightened anymore.
Cool.
Yay.
I think this is considered reckless. So that's a 19.
That'll hit her.
Cool. So I do 15, 5 points of head damage to her face.
All right. Crack. You're a dwarf. Like, you can headbutt all day and it's not going to hurt you, but she felt that one.
Also, there is a whole thing about if people try and head you, if you just put your head down and then face into. Yeah.
I mean, there's like a little bit of blood kind of coming out of her nose now.
I've been there.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thorithia.
What, headbutting a dwarf?
Well, since
Not quite
now, since we're using weapons now,
Technically,
technically,
improvised bar weapons.
Why, you got a
Yeah,
baseball bat
don't
on
pull
you?
out your sword.
Don't
If
pull
you
out
start chopping
swords.
people
No.
down.
I mean, no, go ahead. See what happens. That's going to work out great for you.
Shit.
I take a step back, take out my whip, and whip it around her feet, and try to
Oh, you're
pull
trying to
her,
trip
get
her.
her off her feet. Yeah,
Okay. Acrobatics or athletics check, your choice,
acrobatics.
but you are guaranteed proficiency even if you're not proficient in one of those because of the whip.
17.
Uh-oh.
Nice.
Unfortunately, 22 is what she rolled to evade.
Oh, damn.
So you crack the whip and she just moves a foot. Like, where her foot was, it would have caught her, but she's too quick.
Ah, damn!
great.
I already used action surge.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
Let's
right.
roll.
Almost forgot about you. And she fixes her attention on you now.
Go like this.
The pirates are up. The one is just going to disengage. He's had enough from Dracon.
Oh, the one who I hit in the dick.
Yep, he's done.
Nice. Sweet.
I'll see you later.
The other two are going to move to flank you, Dracon.
Chase him down. Ah, come here, you little
The
fuck.
higher of the two. 14 is the higher of the two.
I don't see why this wouldn't be a thing. I am going to use shield. I'm going to cast shield on myself.
Okay, he goes to punch you, and suddenly there's a crackling energy field around you, and his fist just connects with the shield, and there's sort of a ripple through it for moments. Magic! Coward! Come out here and fight like a man! The other one, he's just like backing away now, kind of looking at you warily.
Wasn't there 3 on me?
Yeah, one of them is
One of them
still
walked
walking
away.
the stage and got out of there. He's off.
Oh, did the other guy miss as well?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
I missed that.
The higher of 2 was 14.
Okay, yeah.
The 2 who are throwing things are probably done throwing things now. They're going to... I think they're going to go for the Rithiel, both of them.
Right.
The Rithiel's about to have a whole bunch of problems.
The lower of 2 is 13. The higher is a natural 20,
Nah, that misses.
which is going to be 3 damage to him.
No one hits.
That crit.
Well, yeah,
Ooh,
critical hit for
Biggest
3
crit
damage.
known. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they both advance on you now, kind of leering at you. One of them has an eye patch, and then they both kind of come for you. One of them grabbing you, the other starting to punch in the gut, doubling you over.
How is this fair?
Oh, it's not fair at all. The last one is going to make another grab for Nova and try to I guess just try to throw a punch into your in your back, trying to get you in the lower back.
Oh, kidney shot.
17 to hit. That's probably gonna hit.
That will hit.
That's gonna be 2
Oh,
points
yeah.
of damage.
Okay.
And a
That's
concentration check for Barkskin.
Con check.
And then it's your turn.
That is 12 for the concentration check.
Okay, Barkskin remains.
Okay, so I'm going to do the same thing to Gru, Primal Savagery.
Okay. Oh, Nova
And
really
is she-
wants a
is
piece of
her- Is her back to me?
Side? I would say her side is kind of to
Her
you.
side is? Okay, then I'll just lash
You
out
could-
at her
If you
side.
don't mind provoking from that pirate, you could move to flank with the Rithiel.
I will do that. Yeah, I'll move to flank.
Or E3 for
Yeah,
that matter.
I don't mind. Yeah, whichever. I'll just move to flank so that.
Yeah, he'll try to get you again. 2.
Sure. Okay. Cool. I get out of the way quick. And then I just jump at her.
Okay.
And so it's +2 with the flank.
Yep.
So 17, 19.
19 is going to hit.
Yay!
So you guys can take her. Sort of.
That is 5 acid damage as I claw down her arm or her back or
Okay.
wherever.
Yeah.
Ouch.
That definitely, down her arm, you leave a nasty, sizzling gash.
It's funny because every time she looks at me, there's no nails or anything.
Yeah.
She just,
Well, she's not stupid.
happened?
She knows it's magic. Round 4. As this begins, don't worry about it. Cora, it's your turn.
Don't worry.
don't say that.
She's not focusing on me.
Not right. I mean, there's 4 people around her kind of beating on her now, unfortunately.
Okay.
Any attention she would have spared has been distracted by gangbanging.
If she
Okay.
chases after you, that's 4 attacks.
Yeah,
of
exactly.
opportunity.
Not
If I
necessarily.
had known that was the kind of fight, I'd have been better at it.
I'm all for a gangbang.
Well,
Yeah, I
I'm
was skipping
gonna-
over that.
I'm
gonna
leaving, I'm
jump
leaving.
on her again.
You're gonna what?
Actually, I'm gonna just come up behind her. Hey! And I'm gonna punch her in the ribs, in the sides, in the kidney.
Okay.
Poor lady.
Another rapid flurry.
Yeah, rapid. quick
You shouldn't be
jabs.
racist. This is what happens when you're racist. You get
No,
beat up.
seriously.
Slowly whittling her down.
Cora, come on, hit her.
And I mean slowly.
Oh, Cora.
Too focused
Gora's
on the
just
fact
too
she's
nice.
ASMR.
You know
I
what it
mean,
is.
like,
It's,
Cora comes in and
She's
is
tangled
trying,
up in the shawl.
and even if
Yeah,
she's
that's
struggling
exactly
against
what
the
it
other
is.
floor,
Trip it.
raises one of her booted feet and kind of kicks Cora in the stomach. Not hard, but just pushes her with a foot away. Cora kind of goes windmilling back out of the fight a little bit before
It's this stupid outfit.
Is that it for your turn, Cora?
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay. Junko,
I really want her to attack me.
you could just take us to your ship, and she's going to sneak attack her again.
Yeah.
I guess this is going to be unarmed.
But do you want me to roll for it, or you got it?
No, I
She
got
has-
the dice.
She has a +2 for unarmed, by the way.
I know. Natural one.
Come on. No.
The Gru is like, "You pussies, no!" and like shoves Junko away. Junko does not connect at all, and like hits one of the wrecked chairs, and actually almost topples herself and has to struggle to stay on her feet. Dracon, back to you.
The one who shouted magic, I'm just gonna say,
Oh, I apologize.
and as I say that, I'm gonna lift my my quarterstaff up, and I'm gonna jab him in the throat with it.
Jesus Christ!
Aim for the
Dracon
Adam's
is
apple.
not playing.
Draco's having the most fun of ever.
I love it.
He's doing the most over there.
He's aiming for apples and
Oh
nuts.
no, I'm not.
Fucking hell.
Natural one.
You try, and one of
Jinx
them
me, guys.
actually like raises the dagger and stabs it into the end of the staff and like moves it aside.
Oh,
That staff did wonders for him.
it really did. I'm glad I gave it to him.
Gru,
Glad he asked.
let me see how she's doing on morale.
I wanted it for sentimental value. Okay.
Has one lone feather on it.
I think that staff's done more damage
Congrats.
today than it's done.
Didn't
Ever.
need a
I
plus.
never hit anything with that staff for the record. Ever.
My staff, the only thing I ever did with that was put it on the floor when they told me to surrender. So Under my house.
Gru remains motivated to fight. She's going to snarl now, and with those skeletal wings suddenly flexing, she's going to come at Therithiel with a flurry of her own, attacking you all
Bring
3
it.
times.
Bring it.
You got this, Let's go.
Well,
Uh-oh.
It's either-
20, 17, and 12.
One misses.
Okay. Okay, well.
Natural 20, that was.
You take 13 points of damage
Hold on.
Jesus.
as, and I should add 9 of that is necrotic, as she's just, with supernatural strength, bringing her fists into your gut with force. Like you're kind of, as you're oofing, there's absolutely blood coming out in your spit. Like there's gonna be some internal bruising, maybe damage.
I
That's-
would like to make a reaction, but with a little bit of flavor here.
Mhm.
I'd like to react with Hellish Rebuke, but be like, since I'm hunched over a little bit, just like a super uppercut.
Yeah, all right, I'll allow that. The
So
uppercut incident would be in such a way that like there's fire and some kind of necrotic energy flowing down from your arm as you smash into her. That's a con save she has to make, or is that reflex?
Dex save.
I'm sorry, right, yeah. I got my Pathfinder in there. Dex save, well that's good. That's not. 7. I think that's a
Nope.
fail.
That's a fail. Yep. So let me roll my damage here.
This is gonna hurt.
Only 5 points of damage.
And
Okay, but still, you hit her the same hard as E3 does, and it was fire damage. Yeah, so
Oh,
there's
no,
like a
using
flash
magic.
of light, like somebody just punched a candle out. So there's just a flame as his fist connects with her, and it sends her knocking away from him. And like she crashes into some of the table and almost falls over, just like Junko did. Now
And I
she's
yell
on
out.
out.
I'll yell out, "You want to play? Let's play!"
I would
And that ends
imagine
my turn.
Therithiel's probably having the least amount of fun here. This would be very personal. E3.
Quick overview. So we're all surrounding her, and then there's 2 pirates near
There's two pirates in here.
Erithiel.
There were the two pirates
Yeah.
who were kind of trying to hold Nova and Thrithiel so that they could get cheap shotted. There
And
is one pirate.
Two next to Dracon, right?
Two
Yes,
next to
one. The two who were throwing. That's right. The two who were throwing things. they
There's
advanced
two
on.
that were behind
Yeah, those
Erithiel
two
and
came
one
at me.
behind me.
Okay, so there are four.
Okay, so there's three.
There are four
Uh-huh.
around Gru then. There's
Okay.
The two who were throwing things, and then there were two more beside.
No,
Oh,
there
I
was
thought
still.
there was only one.
there was
more
I thought we
beside
got one
me.
of those down.
And then another one came over.
Oh,
I've been
right,
tracking it
okay.
down. You can see it in the lower right
No, that's
corner
cool.
of the map.
That's that's cool.
I've been trying to keep them in little groups.
I am going to pick up one of the legs from the table that was
Ooh,
broken.
okay. Yeah, sure.
I'm going to move away from Gru, so she gets an opportunity attack. Because I'm gonna run round to the group of
And your
four.
reckless has worn out. I believe right now it's not at advantage to hit you
It's always. I don't actually
until
know.
your turn.
Oh, okay. In that case, yeah.
So that's a natural 1 to hit you.
Oh, that's a shame.
Hey.
Yeah, she was that last uppercut. She's kind of a little woozy. Like she goes to hit you and almost like falls over the other way, like loses her balance. She's probably seeing stars right now.
Nice. And I imagine, like, because it's like just a big cluster of humans. Ithri like runs round the outside, and the first one he gets to gets a leg to the back of the head.
Okay, one of the mundane pirates.
Yeah.
That'll be a D4 instead of just an unarmed strike. So instead of
D4.
1 damage, you're adding 1d4 to your damage.
But it's the same to hit. So
Yep.
D4.
that is a 21 to
That'll
hit.
hit.
Ooh.
I was going to ask for flanking, but I guess it doesn't. It's fine. And that would be 8 damage to that guy.
Ouch.
Nice.
Well, I want to keep going so that I'm like... I can't quite imagine where they all are, but I basically want to be the other side of all of them.
You want to be on the outside
Okay.
ring.
Yeah. So imagine I just ran round, like, if it's a circle, I went
Duck goose.
180, and I'm now around the other side.
Was there anything in particular
I
on him you
imagine.
were trying to hit with that, by the way? Any particular...
That was, like, back of the head, because
Oh,
I
just back of
imagine
the
they're
head.
facing Thrithiel.
Okay. Yeah, they
so I
are.
just ran past, and
All right,
I
yeah,
probably
and
had
it
to jump
cracks.
up.
And he didn't
There you-
fall, but there's blood now on the floor. He's actively bleeding, clutching his head, now turning on you. Thrithiel. Oh, I'm
If
sorry.
No, that's all right. Just if I needed to go past any of them, I would, but I wanted to just do a 180.
It's fine. Yeah, they're
cool.
mostly.
Basically, this time in H drive-by is what you did.
Yeah.
So the one that got hit was next to me, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Or adjacent to me?
Yeah.
I want to grab that same guy, kind of like spin him around and toss him at one of his buddies.
Okay. All right. We'll call it an unarmed strike followed by your choice of athletics or acrobatics.
Let's do acrobatics, but first unarmed strike.
Yeah, if this misses, it won't matter.
16.
Right on the money.
Hey.
Acrobatics. Ooh, that's not.
Oh, don't forget your
13.
damage.
Oh, I'm not gonna roll anything good.
That
Oh.
doesn't seem right. I think it's minimum 1.
It
One
is
it
always
is.
one, yeah.
All right. Well, you hit him for 1 damage. As he kind of crashes into his buddy, who instead of like falling over into a heap, he kind of catches him, and neither of them fall prone.
That was not what I
18
intended.
was my rebuttal to your acrobatics. But I mean, you still managed to do that 1 point of damage. So there's that.
Hey,
The pirates are up.
at least I'm not being flanked anymore.
The 2 by Dracon are going to actually back off, and I will cover more on that after Nova's turn. The 4 around. So the
Not really.
one who you just hit, Thrithiel, he's going to come at you. Natural 1. That's my second one in a row.
Can I just strip him while he walks by me?
No, he's not walking by you. He's coming right at you and like grabs hold of you and is like trying to. For a second, the two of you are wrestling as he's like trying to get free to punch you or hit you or just claw at you or something. The next two are both going to go for E3, and you did not reckless, correct? So this is just a regular.
I didn't reckless. I forgot. So yeah.
Okay, that is a.
I guess that was just
10 as the higher of the two rolls.
Nope.
Okay, so they both fail to hit you. The last one is going to go after Nova again, because that's just what he does.
You need to take that guy out.
Third time's the
4.
charm?
Nope.
Ah, third time's not the charm.
He's trying. And it is your turn, Nova.
Get him.
Okay.
Get him.
Now I'm going for her.
Fuck her up.
Think.
Get her. Get her, girl.
Trying. Ooh, that is 23 to hit.
That is going to hit.
Nice.
That is all kinds of going to hit.
1d10. Come on. Come on. Okay, 4 acid damage.
4 acid damage. Ouch.
I want to get her face. I just want to like
Again?
claw down her
You
face.
want to make sure you're leaving all kinds of scars on that perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. These are probably her first facial scars in her entire
Good.
life. So that's good. Something to remember her
Good
by.
for her.
As you
Good for her.
scratch at her, she's like, "Come here, you little..." And you can suddenly... Her voice kind of falters as the crowd around kind of quiets a little bit. And you can hear boot clop,
Captain's
boot
here.
clop, boot clop walking on the floor.
It's Davy Jones!
What be the meaning of this? And
I'm kind of just still holding the other guy.
some of the all the pirates have stopped moving, including the one around, or the two by Dracon. They're all like back. They're still being wary, but they're like backing away. And all of them kind of respectfully like, Captain. You see, not that tall of a man, maybe 5'9", with a wide-brimmed feathered hat, kind of a few holes in it where maybe arrows or something have been shot through. He's got a long maroon coat, not buttoned up or anything. It's just kind of hanging down, and you can see that he has, as promised, a peg leg, though it is not wood. It's an iron peg leg he's walking with. He does have a hook hand, funny enough. No eye patch or anything, though. And you can see that he's got a long mustache and beard. Neat, kind of a tight military trim to it. Looks to be maybe in his late 40s, early 50s. What's all this then? Lieutenant? And she kind of spits out some of the blood, wipes the acid off of her face. Captain, we were attacked by these dogs. That's not being the way I heard it. He looks at all of you.
E3 drops the table leg he's carrying. So like,
Raycon's just gonna say,
Good evening, Captain Talib. It's a pleasure.
I kind of just let go of the guy who we're grappling with and kind of just give him a little push away from me.
Where be Lodris? Bring me an ale. And you see one of the serving actually, it would be the woman who spoke to some of you earlier that morning, kind of quickly disappear into a back room. Lieutenant! Back to the ship. We'll be discussing this later.
Just growl at her as she walks away.
She kind of does.
Do a little
You can
like,
see she's like bristling with fury, but she obeys. And he turns. Mr. Kieran, Mr. Hayden, carry these limp sacks back to the ship. See that they don't die on me watch. And they're gonna grab the unconscious ones that you guys tore
do
up.
any of them look like they might die, or are they
Oh,
just...
no,
Yeah.
probably not. But,
I don't know. That guy that got hit in the balls. He might not like.
Yeah.
He just
I'm
kind
gonna
of
say
weakly limps after the group.
if I were you, I would get those checked out, sir.
Just kind of.
Yes, you too.
And we're gonna pause here for our break. Late, but this seems like the spot. Thanks for being patient with us, chat. We're gonna take a break right here, and we will be back shortly after we've got some water, some stretches. I'd encourage you guys to do the same. Maybe get some snacks, and we'll see how this plays out. See you shortly. We're back.
Hey.
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome back.
All right, let's dive right in. So it takes a couple of minutes. Some of the tables and wreckage are kind of cleared out, cleaned off. One spare table is brought out. The other one can't be replaced at the moment. There's some stools and mismatched chairs. Enough that everybody can be seated, and the captain is kind of given an air of nobody's gonna fuck with this. And the woman who you guys spoke to that morning, actually, like, once everybody's getting comfortable, when she brings drinks for the captain and you guys on the house, she says, and then sits on his lap and is just kind of there as a piece of flair, if that makes any sense. Like,
on his lap,
content
like a
to
Bond
sit
girl.
and listen.
This is toy. That's it.
I look around like, how do I get one of those?
A second glance.
Oh my god.
Second glance.
So what be the circumstances? Bring an old man, a dwarf, an elf, and two young girls.
I'm not young.
Actually, I'm sorry, I forgot Junko. Three young girls into a fight with me crew.
Your lieutenant, your very racist lieutenant, suggested that we drown our
Lieutenant Bright Eye.
Yes,
That's
the very
my
one.
first mate.
Yep, that one. So she
Well-
got exactly what was coming to her.
And what brought you into contact with me first mate?
Oh, we were looking for you, actually.
Well, technically, we were looking for a boat to Oakhurst.
True.
We hear that you're the man to go through for that.
Aye, the only man in Noct that can take you as far as Oakhurst.
Your lieutenant wanted either 25 gold to just for us to talk to you,
Aye,
or for us
that's out
to
of line.
drown this
Should
one.
have charged more.
Oh,
Well,
seems we
I'm
got a
here
discount.
now, so we talk business. And the woman on his lap kind of titters a little. He again spares her not a second glance.
I mean, do we even want to use this guy's shit?
Hey,
My
if
first
you want
mate.
to get that. Oh,
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
My first mate surely told you. We're expecting business. So if you want, voyage up to Oakhurst. It'll cost you.
She said you have 2 days spare. How much for a day's travel upriver? Because
1
we worked
day's
out that
travel.
wouldn't be all the way, right?
And we
Yeah,
could
cool.
walk the rest of the way.
30 hours, so we can get close, yeah.
He eyes all of you. Literally eye, because he only has one. Sizing you up. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He did have 2 eyes. He's the one who has 2 eyes.
Yeah,
He has
you
the
said
hook
he doesn't
and
have an eye patch.
Right, he does
Yeah.
not have
He has
an
a
eye
hook hand. Yeah.
He has an eye on his hand.
$10 gold pieces a passenger per day.
What about 5 a passenger per day, and we give you a prosthetic arm? It's magic.
My arm that I bought?
Make a persuasion check,
I'll pay,
Nova.
I'll pay you. She's like,
I mean,
In
I
the
mean, I
arm
feel
worth
like
like
we're-
700 gold?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we're out of pocket for that one. But sure.
Definitely out of pocket.
A 12. Listen, you bought it because you guys were like, Nova can have this, and I don't want it, so.
True.
You're
Show me the
regifting
arm.
gifting my gift.
I look at E3. Take the
She
arm
is
out.
mean, huh, guys? This Nova.
And like he kind of eyes the hook, and you can see like the candle like glint off of the sharpened edge of the hook. Takes the hand kind of gruffly, gives it a little shake. And you made this.
She bought it.
I paid more than
I-
50 gold for that.
I'll pay you back, Cora.
You might ask another favor if the hand is desired.
What kind of favor's that?
A
I'll not be beholden to no one. So,
business
Choose wisely.
acquaintance. A business acquaintance of ours appears to be being troubled by your men.
Otis.
Otis.
me men can be trouble, 'tis true. And who's this acquaintance of yours?
I mean, do you want the hand? Because if not, it wouldn't be part of the deal.
You've got stones, the lot of you.
Yes,
Mountain dwarf.
I hit a man in the stones.
He takes the hand and kind of offers it to the woman without a word, and she just kind of takes it, gets off his lap, and walks away with the hand. You got yourselves a bargain. Name him, and me men will leave your associate be. Or it'll be the
Otis.
piranha in the river.
Otis, and he doesn't necessarily need to be left alone, but he needs to be paid fair.
On me honor, if any of me men trouble him, they'll be fed to the fishes. Now, I'm not stupid. It'll still be 5 gold,
I'll
Ahead.
hand him.
and
what
I'll
would it
take
be?
you all the way to Oakhurst if you
Hey.
want.
30, yeah.
But it's
I'll
still
hand him
5
30
gold
gold.
ahead per night. And that hand.
How much for a donkey? Mule.
It have a head.
Yeah.
35 gold it is. I'll
It'll
hand
be
him the
5
35
gold a
gold.
night. Or rather, 5 gold a morn. Lest you be
You
cheating
want-
me.
Do you want
Is
me to
that-
pay it then or right now?
Well, can make that venture in 2, maybe 3 days. So let's assume 3 and pay up front. And he grins, and you can see he has many gold teeth, but these are like not the cheap like wood painted gold, like they're actual gold.
No.
I will pay for 1 day, so I will hand over
By me
35
counts,
gold.
that'll be 105 gold.
I'll pay for it all. I got it.
You okay there?
Yep. I was
He's
yawning.
dying.
Oh,
Dying. Don't worry about it.
sounded like really painful to
Yeah,
separate
it
with that
did.
money.
Yeah, I was gonna
Like,
say.
as you're starting to count out the gold, he suddenly slams the hook into the wood of the table. And before we make any bargains, let me be perfectly clear. There'll be no more fighting, brawling in me ship. Or it'll be the river with you.
Your
Understood.
first mate stays in line, we will too.
If the first mate don't stay in line, she'll be walking the plank with the lot of you. And
I
you'll be
didn't want to
tied
fight.
together to be the anchor holding her down. You understand?
Sure,
Don't tolerate
yes.
no nonsense on me ship.
Yep, yep, yep.
I kind of turn around and motion to the barkeep to bring us around drinks.
Another. He kind of gives you a look of like the audacity, then glances at the pirate, blinks, which is noteworthy, and then he's going to start filling up some mugs.
How much was it?
105.
5.
5. Okay.
And
Cool.
he watches you count the gold out, and you get the sense that like he's a shrewd mind. He's probably keeping very accurate count.
So, while we are having some drinks here, Captain, how has your day been?
My day be fine. Any day with gold is always a fine day.
That is very true. I share the exact same sentiment with you, sir.
Aye.
Have you travelled up and down the river much?
Aye. More times
Is there
than we
any-
can count. And actually, it'd be Hook. And
Yes.
I've been out to sea. I know these waters better than any man this side of Saragarda.
I'm sure you have plenty of very interesting stories to tell, and maybe you can on our journey. I was wondering if there was anything to worry about on the river. I imagine being under your sail will be fine, but
Oh, there be plenty to worry about. Giant crocodiles longer than me ship. Swarms
Jesus.
of flesh-eating piranha peel the skin from your bones in seconds.
oh my,
Plagues and disease.
what?
Insects. Bat-winged little sturges that'll suck the blood out of you before you can blink.
That is very fast.
Giant hairy animals that swing from the trees and'll grab a man off the top deck.
Do you mean monkeys?
Carry him off to eat. Ah, no. Not the little ones you know from the jungles. Big. Big enough to lift a house.
How often do you come across these creatures in your travels?
Not often. Often enough to keep a wary eye. Often enough to know. You let that eye waver. He's holding the hook up again. And you're bound to lose something.
I
But
will
the
keep
worst
both of them.
threats of the river
Oh,
are the lizard folk. Dangerous. Minds like crocodiles and the nastiest of human folk mixed together. They
Is
might
it a-
talk and reason, but their reason only goes as far as how they can get you into the cooking pot.
Do I know what these lizard folk are he's
You
talking
can make a
about?
history check, yeah.
I've never met any lizard folk that are like that. Are you sure?
Aye. We've tangled with the lizard folk plenty. You know of lizard folk. They dwell in most jungles in this, like in the Gnarlwood Forest, which, contrary to its name, is a jungle, as well as many of the jungles in Korth. You know that they tend to be very tribal, very
Yep.
primal. They do squabble with humans a lot. They do tend to be very territorial, and humans being colonizing humans, they just can't resist that nice lizard folk land. So yes, it does tend to result in violence, but not necessarily so. They're not all evil. They can be reasoned with, but they definitely are cold-blooded. They
Yeah,
are indeed
okay.
lizard folk, and as such, you have to know how to talk to them. Like, you can't go up to them expecting compassion by default. That's something that really you have to cultivate, and they don't really cultivate it. In their own tribes, you know, the lizard folk tend to be, they put a lot of value in strength and the voice of their spirits, which are usually conveyed through their shaman.
Okay.
When the drinks get here, as a sign of respect, I offer him the first drink.
Technically, he
pass
already,
him out?
I mean, you guys are on round 2. Drinks were brought when he first sat down, I mentioned.
Oh, I missed that part.
But he'll He, at no point does he give, like, there's no dirty looks to you, Therithiel. He acknowledges you same as everyone else. Whether that's him putting on airs or if he just really doesn't care, that's hard to, that's more of something like you'd have to insight, but...
Right.
Seems like he doesn't care where his gold comes from.
No.
And what you
Does
want to
he-
be watching for, he continues, not knowing Dracon has, like, his mental encyclopedia running on the lizard folk. Sometimes they breed deadly beasts. Great reptiles like crocodiles that run about on 2 legs.
What? How does a crocodile run on 2 legs? They are a 4-legged creature. What does that? How does that even
No
work?
crocodile. Like the body of one, but stretched and great and land-bearing. Enough to swallow you whole.
What?
What?
I have a question.
Yeah.
What?
That to the captain in game. That 5 gold cover protection, or are we expected to fight alongside your crew? If
they're in
these
trouble,
giant land,
you can fight for your own lives. That 5 gold covers the cost of boarding. Not a bit more.
gotcha.
So if there's trouble, giant crayfish, crocodiles, a lizard folk assault. Any man what doesn't defend himself gets fed to the fishes.
I
And a
am
woman.
familiar with all these, right? Like, I'd be familiar with most of these creatures he's talking
Most
about.
of them. That last one, though, you're kind of like, can we go back to, what was that? Like, that you're not probably familiar. You can make a nature check. But that would stand out as...
I was gonna see if I'd ever heard anything
You can also
about
do a
that.
nature check if you'd like.
I got a natural 20.
Okay.
I will not even
But-
bother.
So here's the thing,
21.
Nova. You have heard of such things, but they're not supposed to be, like, alive anymore. They're extinct. They're gone. Like, you've heard of, like, you may have even scoffed when he first started talking about it. They were called behemoths, or in more scholarly circles, dinosaurs. They were giant lizards that come in many different forms. Some of them, as he says, on 2 legs with little tiny arms and a head and jaws big enough to, as he says, swallow a person whole. They're not alive anymore. That's not a thing. Like, you've seen sketches that have been passed down through word of mouth among, like, druid kind, but I mean, come on. Dracon, to be honest, like, you know, you've heard of such things in historical records. You don't know any specifics. Nova, with that nat 20, was probably a dinosaur nerd. Like, every kid growing up, like, ooh, dinosaur.
Yeah.
Like, she knows her dinosaurs. Dracon, you might have heard the term at some point. It's some... Like, it rings a vague bell of... It probably doesn't really have much recognition with you beyond just... I've heard of something like that.
Not a horse girl, a dinosaur girl.
That
Not a
tracks.
horse.
That tracks, doesn't it?
All right, maybe you can be the
Once you
leader
come across
of the
them,
dinosaur mafia.
They,
Try
that's
your
more
luck at that one.
dangerous.
they don't even exist, to my knowledge.
Oh, they
That's whack.
exist. I've seen them with my own eyes.
Well,
But you'll
As
see
much
for
as-
yourselves.
I don't think we want to tangle with one. I wouldn't mind seeing one.
No, I should say not.
They're
And if we're
very,
lucky, the worst we'll encounter is a couple crocodiles, maybe an odd troll or goblin.
goblins would be fine. So,
when do we leave?
I'll have me crew ready to set sail first thing in the morning. Unless it's worth more to you, we set out sooner.
I think we should be fine with the morning.
Excellent!
Good night's sleep.
He's gonna glug, 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 slam down the empty mug, wipe the foam out of his beard. And like you see the woman coming back, apparently Lodris come back over to him as he stands up. He kind of grabs her, does a really uncomfortably long kiss, and then kind of puts an arm around her, and together they leave. As they're getting ready to leave, he'll stop and say, "Be seeing you on the docks first thing on the morn. Best be on time, or we set sail without you." And then he and Lodris leave together.
Good night.
Did we pay him or did he leave without payment?
He did not pay.
Gotta go.
And the barman is, you can see, aware of that and is starting to kind of fuss and make his way in your general direction.
No, did we pay him?
Oh,
We
did you
paid
pay
the
him?
money.
Yes,
I
Nova
did.
paid the 105.
Yeah.
As I see the
And I
barman
handed
walking
Cora
over,
200 gold for the arm. No ifs, ands, or buts. She's not taking it. I put it in her bag.
yeah, as the barman walks over to clearly acquire said money, I'm just gonna stand up and walk out the bar.
Power move.
We should head back to the
thought you left.
to our abode.
Well, I'll say that on the way out as I'm standing up.
As he's going, okay, well, the barman, who you, I believe, already know to be Skull, approaches. Doesn't blink. You will be paying for these drinks, yes?
Yes.
By my count. No, still no blinking. And again, still slightly too large eyes. Almost like a goblin just staring at you.
Just kind of like.
Do it. Do
One
it.
of these in front of his eyes. Good blink.
15 gold.
Pull out a fan.
That's a lot more than we paid last time.
Turns the no blink on E3.
It could break its bar.
You ordered more drinks and broke more tables. No blink.
Actually,
Hasn't blinked.
that
yet.
was. Did we actually find out the lieutenant's name?
Yeah, her name
Yeah,
is.
that
was Bright Eye.
Rue Bright Eye.
Bright Eye. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Rue
I had a
Bright
brain
Eye.
fart. That would have been Bright Eyes. We're just paying for the Bright Eye. We're just paying for the drinks.
Make a persuasion check.
No. I will fail a persuasion check. Yeah, that's a 9.
He says, "They don't pay here. You do."
Ithri will just
I put down 5 gold.
sulkily. Oh, Ithri's happy to pay the money if it's got to be paid.
You guys
He
got
was
like a
just trying-
bazillion gold.
It's just like Ithri's just been like, I keep trying to persuade people and it's fucking. Have your
You're not-
15
you're not-
gold.
You're not Dracon.
Okay.
Stomp out.
He'll take the gold and kind of back off, letting you guys go on your way.
I'll be waiting outside for everybody.
I've
What
never
time of
tasted
day is
ale. I
it
take
now?
a little sip.
It's night. It is now nightfall.
Bless you.
Is the market still open?
I mean, honestly, there's still pirates in the tavern and everything.
I
Item.
Some.
believe I do want to go back to the stall and buy some arrows.
If you got
I
some
just-
from Otis,
I just realized how many arrows I have. It's not good.
Make sure you differentiate the ones that are irreplaceable.
if we're staying another night, I might ask Otis if I can spend time at his forge before morning.
What's the time now, Tim?
It's nightfall. It's after dark.
So like in the summer, so we're looking about like 9ish.
Yeah, it's about 9 p.m.
Probably.
Yeah. And now, like, there's a lot of, like, mosquitoes and nastier things about... Like, honestly, it's not uncommon, even in an urban area, for there to be an occasional scourge. So, like, bugs in the night, pretty nasty out here.
Ew.
Well,
Not
they're
next
there.
to a
Could I,
forge, they're not.
I go and buy 2 bundles of 20 arrows.
Okay. And you got the price on that earlier?
I'm looking at it right now.
Well, it was 2 gold for each set of 20.
Okay.
I am ready to go to try and rest if we need to be up early. I mean, I know E3 would like to speak to Otis.
It depends if he's
Also-
happy with me working overnight.
You could tell him that we spoke to the captain and he shouldn't have any trouble. I don't see why he wouldn't.
That was going to be part of the conversation, but yeah.
Yes. Shall we go?
I'm back, so yeah, we can go whenever.
Yeah.
We head back to Otis's.
All right.
Is Otis open?
Yes, sort of. I mean, there's no business going on there. He's just, it seems like, doing the nighttime work, just working on hammering out some orders probably for the morning. When you come in, he kind of glances up. Evening.
Hello, sir. Got some good news for you and a request.
Is that right?
Captain Tull shouldn't, or his men, his people shouldn't be bothering you anymore.
And he actually smiles.
And I have it on his word that they'll be paying full price for any work they ask.
Thank you kindly.
I have a favor to
How
ask.
much, pirate's word's gonna be worth, but
I,
that's something.
it was the best I could do. He seems like a genuine fellow. I'm sure he would turn on you for gold, but if there's no profit in it for him, then yeah.
Well, you've
I
done me a
also-
kindness.
It wasn't just out of the goodness of my own heart. I have a request. Any chance I could use your forge overnight?
I reckon that's not impossible to have done. Sure.
I'm going to be hammering a lot. I hope it doesn't wake you up, or keep you up. But you're welcome to join me if you want to see me work.
Sure. I'll stay around for a little bit. See how it is.
Cool.
I suppose the rest of you will be wanting to get onto your rooms.
Yeah.
Yes,
well,
we just had a bar fight and I'm quite tired.
You need any bandaging?
I didn't get touched once.
I did. But I'm all right.
Look too bad.
Nah.
You've done all right for yourself.
So true.
No, Nova's worst injury she did to herself.
That limp, like, oh.
I mean, to be fair, you punch some, that does friggin' hurt.
You punched a half orc, like
In the face.
in the face. They got tusks and shit. Like,
Punched a half orc.
I did. Said some unsavory things.
Knew I made the right call about you. For that alone, it was worth letting you have a stall in the stable. I'll bring you some stuff for the pain. See what I can do.
The owls. Are they gonna be watching us anymore?
And for just a moment, like the humble blacksmith facade kind of drops away, and he almost seems taller and more regal and like almost a different person for a moment. Like you're getting a glimpse of this aura of magic and confidence that you don't often see in anyone, but the only other time you've really seen something like it was probably in the Corvanian Knight that you met. No, I don't reckon that'll be necessary anymore.
Good to know someone who's watching.
Don't like leaving things that are worth protecting unguarded around these parts.
I agree. She looks at Cora unintentionally.
He intentionally looks at Cora.
I look
Or
at
looks
Cora as well.
between them.
Oh shit. Ithri's doing the tennis watching again.
Yeah, I mean, like, what's going on?
But don't mistake nothing. I'd still reckon you're not any safer in the barn than you are anywhere else around these parts. So don't let a couple of owls convince you that you don't need to look after yourselves. I'll be in a few minutes with some bandages and some poultices. They'll work just fine.
So sorry about the fact that one of your owls was put in a sack. Moses.
Oh, he was a little sore about that, but
Is he okay?
He was sore about the sack, but not about being punched.
Wait, he was. Oh yeah.
you punched my owl.
Flashback.
Well, I didn't know.
She punched your owl.
It's alright, I already know. Messing with you. It's
In my
fine.
defense, I thought they were spies for the temple, okay?
You were doing what I told you to do. You were taking care, not trusting no one. And that's what you keep on doing. And that still includes me. As far as you're concerned, I'm another stranger here who you can't trust. You don't know a damn thing about me, or who I serve, or where my allegiances are.
Well, who do
But
you
your
serve,
forge works,
and where
right?
are your allegiances?
My allegiances are with me, and I serve my own well-being.
I
don't
guess
have
we
to
do
do
know
nothing
that.
for you.
I think we're better off not asking.
Yep,
Pretty
that
sure
was-
that's-
Let's go.
That was
I
like a whole lesson we were supposed
Did
to
you
learn
do
today.
it?
I pushed Cora
Did
towards
you
the
do it?
stables.
Do me a favor, though.
Wait, I didn't
You
tell
can
him
say-
mine yet.
Cora, is it? Next time
Yes.
you see sprites in the road, maybe don't douse them in ink when there are goblins about.
Why?
'Cause
Sprites?
goblins have a habit of shooting at sprites when they see them. And the goblins work for pretty dark people. When those dark people find out that there's invisible sprites spying on them, they tend not to take it real kindly.
I thought the
And it tends
sprites.
to be real difficult for a sprite to effectively convey what he's trying to convey when he's sobbing and screaming about being covered in dried black ink.
It comes out in water.
Yeah, not if you let it dry.
Sorry. Can you tell them I'm sorry?
Hmm.
I thought they
I
were
mean,
with the goblins. I didn't know what it was.
Like I said,
We-
you were looking after yourselves. I'm just saying in the future I'd be mighty obliged if you didn't douse any sprites in ink.
Okay, I won't.
Oh, got sprites after us.
No, they won't be after you. They won't want to be anywhere near you, as far as I can tell. I think you're crazy.
Oh,
I won't
That's
throw ink
unfortunate.
at them again.
I feel like
I
that's
mean-
kind of true.
after the last like 48 hours, Ithri's like, "Are we crazy? I think we might be crazy."
Might be a little crazy.
We're a little bit off our rockers.
I am not.
Okay.
Nova
You can talk
Cree.
yourself that.
Who's that druid again?
Nope.
In town who owns the place?
I cover her mouth. Just push her
No.
towards the bar.
Nope.
All right,
Bedtime.
Otis is already
things
kind
here.
of... I'm gonna go get your bandages. I'll
Wait,
meet
how
you
We'll be in the
Question-
stable. We'll be in the stable,
There you go.
asking no questions.
I think that's best. Alright.
You literally got told outright to not ask Otis or about his stuff, or tell him about her stuff.
I wasn't gonna tell him about any stuff. I just wanted to nonchalantly ask him about some other stuff.
I'm telling on you to Mother Spring.
Nonchalantly.
I'm telling on you.
Oh no, we're turning on each other again.
When we get in the barn, I want to like look around in all the stalls and make sure nobody's in there.
There are some horses.
Okay, other than that, no people.
One of the horses is kind of looking
Side eyes.
sidelong at you because
Yeah, I'm
their
gonna be
eyes
like-
are on the side of their head.
I'm gonna.
Um,
I mean, what are you looking at?
Christ.
Because I've been in a fight today already, so the adrenaline is
Oh,
like.
she
And punch
like-
a
ready
horse
to
in the
go.
face.
Okay, don't
mind
punch
business
the
after that.
horse.
Like Jesus. okay. I was just trying to be friendly, I guess.
Yeah, what pissed that
Don't
off
punch
today?
a gift horse in the mouth, Nova.
No such thing as a gift horse, Nora. They all
What?
hate
Unless the
me.
gift horse punches you first, which
Right.
apparently can happen.
Apparently.
In which case, it's a bar fight, right?
Are we?
Yep.
A barn fight.
Are we going right to bed?
I mean, I imagine we'll
Up
keep people
to
up.
each other.
I'll stay up for a bit because
Yeah, we don't
I
need
feel
to-
like I've got adrenaline in me right now and I can't sleep. There's like a lot
Okay.
going on.
I'll take first watch with somebody.
Can
Wait,
I-
are you on
can-
first watch, Nova?
I said I'd be up. so I
Okay,
guess
I'll
that-
take second watch with somebody.
Can I?
Okay.
I will accompany you, Miss Cora.
Okay.
I'll take last watch.
Okay.
Is the forge in a position where you can see the barn, or is it?
No, definitely not.
Fair
But
enough.
it's like 5 steps to get to a place where you could see it, though. So you just. Have
Oh,
to
it's
do
more just, yeah. Ithri's not going to be like actively looking out in that case.
Okay.
And could I retcon that and just say I'd be out with E3? Just
Yeah, sure. Well, keep in mind too. Even when you're resting, elves are aware of their surroundings, so he's perpetually on watch.
Yeah, I'll do first watch by myself. I mean, we're in a barn. We're like closed off.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, it should be ish.
All right. So for first watch, and I'm assuming 3 watches. First watch, no trouble. It's quiet. Otis brings you some bandages, an ointment, some stuff. Like he kind of shows a little bit of friendliness. Like he helps with the like he'll bandage up the hand for you.
Oh,
Even comments. Oh no, right. You told him how you broke it.
oh yeah.
Once it's bandaged up, he kind of stops. Thumb, lock.
Got it.
Want to hit right here on this part of the hand. But the knuckles, don't go for the face. Go for the soft bits. In fact, he kind of eyes you up. You're probably better off using elbows and knees.
Okay.
Are we still all awake, or is it just her?
This would be when she's on watch, so you might still be drifting off. He's keeping his voice lower, but and he'll give a few other just general bits of advice for throwing a punch. Advice that Archer can't give because Archer doesn't actually know how to throw a punch.
Cora
But-
could have taught you.
You went to sleep.
Nathan can teach you.
I'm good.
gotta use that quarterstaff.
Yeah, Dracon can now teach me how to use my own.
Once like he's done helping you out with the hand. Actually, yeah, that would be you would not be able to bandage your hand on your own.
I
would you?
wouldn't. No,
Yeah,
I was
so,
just
yeah,
gonna
he'll
leave
absolutely help
it.
you out. I didn't even think of that. That's a good thing he was being nice.
I was gonna use my teeth.
He kind of
He just drops the
pauses
bandages at her. Figure it out.
right around the point where like it
Part of
seems
life.
like it would be like, okay, now he's gonna walk away. He kind of stops to say something, kind of have a good night, good evening, and he's gonna walk out.
Oh, he's a lonely guy.
Jason,
And that's
Do
pretty
it.
much it for your watch.
Hey,
Watch
if
them.
my persuasion was any, it wasn't -1, maybe I'd try it.
Try what?
And E3, obviously, your
Hey, man.
8-hour thing is going to go fine, though you're going to be very tired. 8
Yeah.
hours would put you to 5 in the morning, I believe.
Yep. As long as I get to make my hammer, I am willing to put up with that.
You can make your hammer. Yep.
Cool. I'll add it to my stuff.
Go ahead and throw on 1 level of exhaustion for me, if you would.
Yeah, that's all right. I'm used to that.
Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what?
You've
That's your
had that
training
plenty
weight.
of
It's
time.
like you get rid of the exhaustion. It's like you've taken the training weights off, and you'll be.
Just got rid of your exhaustion too.
Second watch. Who's on second watch? Obviously,
Me.
Tarithiel, because he's on all watches. But who else?
Me and Dracon.
Okay,
And actually, I
Um,
kind of wanted to do something.
go ahead.
I also wanted to say a couple things, but I would just like to say before we get into anything, I would have my my dancing lights under a rag like in between us both if we're sitting there.
Okay.
You know,
Well, I mean,
just to
you guys
illuminate.
have a lantern that you can use too if you prefer.
But I'm using my spell because I have it and I want to use it, Tim.
Can't argue with that.
Okay.
Jaycon,
Yes, Miss Cora.
I'm gonna sneak out.
Why, Miss Cora?
I'm gonna go talk to Mother Scrang.
May I ask what about?
Me,
What about you?
everything.
That
Lot of-
is.
I have a lot of questions.
Would you like me to accompany you, or would you like to go alone?
I think you should stay here and watch over the others.
I don't really mind. I think Ferithiel's fine on his own, to be honest. He doesn't even sleep. That's so
Looks
weird.
at Therithiel. He's got like one eye open.
My ears
nods.
just going back and forth like this.
I mean, it's up to you if you meditate with your eyes open or closed. It's totally up to you how you want to do that, Therithiel.
Yeah, they're close, but I still know my environment.
So you're absolutely listening then.
If you want to go alone, I won't stop you. Just be as
Not
careful as
safe.
you possibly can. Pardon?
I mean, it's only right over there. It's literally
a lot
across
can
the
happen
street.
a lot can happen between here and there.
Oh crap! I don't even know if she sleeps there. No,
I-
I'll go alone.
Breaking it.
Okay. Can I at least watch you cross the road and make sure you're safe there?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's go. I guess.
Okay. As you step outside, you can see that the road is more or less clear. You can still kind of hear raucous laughter coming from the direction of the Boatman's Tavern. And you can see that there is a lone figure kind of leaning against the side of the building directly across the street, arms folded over chest.
But this building?
Yep. No, the next one up. That one. And he's just kind of watching.
Have I
Does
seen him
he-
before?
Yeah, he's got an
Yeah.
eye patch on. He was in the tavern.
Is he one Junko pissed off?
No, he was in the tavern, not the inn.
Oh, did
He
we
is-
beat him up? Is he one of the ones we beat up?
Technically, he never took a hit, but yes, he was one of those.
He's
He
watching
makes eye
us.
contact, but he doesn't move or say anything.
Do I see this as well?
Yeah, he's not hiding.
I just wave.
Okay.
Stares.
Think
Miss,
that's gonna be a problem?
I think that's just the captain keeping an eye on us, but I must admit, maybe it's not the right time to do what you want to do.
But I want to talk to her before we leave.
We will be coming back this way. It's just she is trying to stay as low profile as she possibly can. You being there at 3 in the morning, 2 in the morning isn't ideal. And we do know that,
With them watching?
yes.
Hey! Get out of here!
No, Miss, that's not. You're gonna wake everybody up. This isn't
Go on!
the time.
Get out of here!
Oh my-
He kind of straightens up so he's not leaning on the wall anymore. And starts walking toward you.
Did we wake up to Cora's yelling?
I didn't yell that loud. I was kinda
I will
just-
leave it to...
Hey!
Actually, what's everyone's passive perception? Any passive perception that is, I would say, 13 or higher.
Gosh,
Oh, wait.
dang it.
You
A
just stay
12.
asleep.
Mine is 13.
You're
And
in the blacksmith
working.
shop. Yeah,
Yeah.
with Otis. Who,
I just-
Otis' passive perception's 21.
Jesus.
Holy shit.
Dang. He's Batman. He's like on the roof.
Yeah.
He's gonna just go out for a smoke break.
I pull out my staff and just swing it and hold it at my side.
Okay. The man saunters up. You want something?
You want something?
Yes, do you want something?
I want plenty.
What do you what
Do you want us to kick your butt again?
Yeah. we
Make
will
an
do it.
intimidation check with advantage. Since you're being aided. I'd say Dracon is aiding in this.
Yeah. Two old people.
It's so scary.
Wait, did you say with advantage?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, that was
Oh.
almost a net 20.
11.
11.
Be seeing you on the morrow. And he's just gonna start walking away.
Yeah,
About
tomorrow.
15 feet away, he starts whistling quietly.
What's he whistling?
Have a good night, sir. We'll see you in the morning.
Okay, see, that wasn't a big deal.
While about 15 feet to your left, just outside the front door of the blacksmith shop, Otis takes the smoking pipe out of his mouth. Kinda,
Hello, Otis.
you sure you want to be associating with them? That
Don't-
one means you harm. Sure.
We
Even
need a
am a-
ride. He's right, Dracon. We really... I don't want to be a pirate anymore. I don't want to
What?
do
I
this.
don't think you was a pirate to begin with. I know you had the eye patch, but that doesn't. I think there's like
I
some
had the
sort
eye
of
patch,
initiation.
Dracon.
I know, but I mean, I could pull out a big sword and say I'm a warrior, but I'm not. I don't own a big sword. It was just hypothetical, but you know what I mean.
I think you're a warrior. You just don't use a sword.
I know. I use my mind. It's quite amazing, isn't it?
Okay, well, since he's gone, I'm gonna sneak over there now.
You're not sneaking. Well, Otis. Okay.
I'm gonna make a stealth check.
okay.
Making a stealth check after yelling. That's
15.
15. Alright, so Dracon, your passive perception I think is higher than that, so you can... Isn't
Yeah.
it?
You just watch her go.
Yeah, it's
You
16.
just kind of watch her tiptoe, like, the little xylophone sound effects as she's tiptoeing away on the street toward...
Yeah.
I do like a roll
Apothecary.
at some point.
I'm just gonna look towards Otis and just like,
I don't even know why she's bothering, to be honest, but I guess we should let her have it. Maybe.
Who's that?
What? Oh, who is? Oh, yes, indeed. I see what you're doing.
Alright, Cora, you find the apothecary is closed. There is candlelight in some of the windows, but they are curtained, so it's very smothered. The front door is currently locked.
I'm gonna look around, make sure nobody's like following me.
Make a perception check.
I know I'm super sneaky, but
You still see Dracon just looking at you, waving at you.
16.
16. You don't see anyone. And technically, you'd be out of view of Dracon since you've had to go around the side of the building.
Right.
I'm just gonna be standing there for a moment before I go back, so I can do something after
Okay.
this.
Hello. I like get down at the front of the door and like whisper under the door, like that would help. Hello. Is anybody there? Hello. It's me.
There is no response.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Can you hear that knocking, Otis?
I'm very
Otis?
softly.
Otis has gone back to work, but
Oh, okay.
Otis can still hear it though over
but
the
he can
hammering
probably
in the
with
forge.
21. Yeah, he probably still can hear it. To be honest.
Even though he's like next to me hammering away on the
Yep.
forge
Yeah.
anvil.
After, I mean, it takes a couple of minutes of doing this, to be honest.
Hello. Hello.
But finally, the door opens, and you can see the old woman, Medley. Who's that?
And Cora put on her disguise too. It's me. It's not
We're
that good.
closed. Come back in the morning.
I need to talk to your mom.
Mother is indisposed.
Right.
What do you want?
I have questions.
Can't wait until morning.
It's me, Cora.
And like there's a she just waves you in.
Oh,
Nat
Oh, we
nat
know the
one,
disguise
by the way.
works.
I rolled a nat
oh,
one.
now I was like,
That
what? My
one.
disguise isn't that good. What?
Your disguise is great, apparently.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Fooled the people who gave it to you.
To be fair, Medeliel wasn't involved in that.
Oh, that's true. Like, who's this crazy old lady?
Mother is she's in prayer.
Okay. Well, that'll only take another
About
45 minutes.
yeah.
So, yeah, I can wait.
Is this important?
Yes, I agree.
It's really
Yeah,
important.
it's 45.
I can't. It's driving
here.
me crazy. I have
Just wait
questions.
here. She's gonna go into the back room.
Or I will just pace around in a circle.
After a few moments, Mother Screng comes out. I didn't think I'd be seeing you again here. Not so soon.
We're gonna be leaving tomorrow. I'm gonna be
Tomorrow?
gone.
Why tomorrow?
That's when the boat is setting sail.
Arkale's goods. A boat? You're going with pirates?
I didn't say pirates. It's
There's
just-
no other
it's-
boats here, dear girl.
So I wanted to talk to you tonight before we left.
I suppose you have questions.
Yes.
That is only fair, but I should tell you. Now come in. You might as well get comfortable. Somewhat.
I come
at
in
least.
and
She
and
takes
get
you, leads you
comfortable.
actually through the curtain into the back room, where it's kind of a cozy little. I don't want to call it a study, but it's sort of like a flat or a studio, if you will. There it is. I'm looking for a description. Back area. I apologize. You can see that there's a bookshelf with a fair amount of books, actually, different scholarly pursuits, all manner of like encyclopedic lore on herbs and the local flora of the region, some history books and the like. The whole floor is carpeted, by the way, and there's a cozy little furnace, the door of which is open so that there's fire kind of warming the room a little bit. Actually, now that I think about it, the door would be closed and it would be filtering the heat out of the room. Tropical. Gotta remember tropical climate. And there's a smell, a very faint smell of incense, and a much stronger smell of like, and you'd recognize the incense as like holy incense, but there's a much stronger smell of lighter flowers that kind of fill the room and sort
Smells
of
holy, yes.
lighten up the overwhelming nature of the incense, which can make things a little too stuffy. It makes it a little more pleasant to be in here. There's also some nice furniture. She gestures to a chair.
I'm like already
Well,
sitting
take
in
a
it.
seat. Solaris, dear girl, you understand. You must understand. There are things I cannot tell you.
Like what?
I can't tell you what awaited you in Eminence. And I can't tell you why you were left with us, or by whom. And if I knew the answers to those questions, I'm not sure I would tell you, because sometimes such things don't really matter. Where you came from is irrelevant.
I was left with you?
I assumed you knew this. Yes.
No.
Dear girl, you didn't think...
That's what...
You none of us at the Abbey are your parents.
No, I was told that they found me.
Well, yes.
How did you name me Solaris?
I did. Because you were a light of sunshine in a dark time.
A light. I've been having dreams.
Dreams?
Is it related? Yeah,
It doesn't do to speculate, and I see no reason to waste time on what and whom might or might not be involved in what. It doesn't matter. What matters is where you are going and what you are doing.
What about the snake?
What snake?
There was a snake. A big snake. A viper. It was
In
green.
your dreams?
No. It was in the,
There are snakes, girl.
No, it talked to me at Junko.
A talking snake.
Yes.
And Junko is...
She's my friend.
Yes, I gathered that. Which one?
The one with the mask.
The Corvanian one.
Yeah.
And both of you perceived this snake.
Mm-hmm.
And heard it.
Yes.
And what you heard and saw, they matched up with one another's recollections.
Yes.
And your friend, this Junko, is she any manner of spellcaster?
No.
And where were you when this occurred?
In the meadow.
The meadow?
Emerdy Meadow.
Emerdy Meadow? Have I
We
taught
stopped-
you nothing of
We
caution?
stopped by the meadow on the way here.
Surely Merrick must have continued your education. Are you daft?
Everybody wanted to go there, so I just went along with it.
Everybody wanted to go there. Nobody wants to go there. It's haunted.
We discovered that, yes. But the snake wasn't a haunt. It was real.
And what's so the friend.
It said I was its kind, its lineage. What does that mean?
Snakes are often representative of trickery, deceit, poison. It is likely something was toying with you. You must understand, Solaris, that there are many forces in this world, some for great good, and some not. Some for the darkest, foulest evil. And they delight in the tricking and misguiding of others. There are those who would like nothing more than to avert your destiny.
So I'm not a snake princess?
Snake princess? Dear girl, don't you know? Have you never speculated? And she kind of takes a deep sigh. Solaris, dear girl, do you know what occurred 18 years ago on this day? No, I guess it wouldn't be on this day. On your birthday?
That
The
doesn't
day
line
you
up.
mark as your birthday. The day we honor when you were brought into my arms.
Stilly, that doesn't line up with the temple, does it? That was 10,
no,
right?
that was 10 years
Yeah,
ago.
no.
Yeah.
You can make a history check if you want.
Sure, why not? I don't know what the fuck she's talking about.
I do.
History.
I don't.
I don't either.
I just have a feeling.
I
I know it happened 30 years ago.
You have no idea.
I have no idea.
1800 years ago.
That doesn't help now.
Dear child.
Not an 18.
Merrick, I suppose. Always wanted to protect you. Always had faith that you'd figure things out on your own.
I'm
Doesn't
trying.
know teenagers, I've always said.
What?
Solaris. 18 years ago, and some weeks, the younger child of Archael was stolen from her crib.
But I know about that. That's not me. That's not me.
She kind of takes a necklace off that was kind of concealed in her robes, and you can see that hanging from it is a platinum holy symbol of Archael. But unlike any you've ever seen, it's adorned with like a ruby at the center where the staff and the wings meet. And like as she turns it in the light, you can see like glowing sunlight emanating from within the ruby. This inner light that the longer you look at it, the brighter it becomes until all you can see is this light, and it's just getting bigger and like you're looking into the sun, but instead of pain, it's just broadening and broadening your perception infinitely. It's yours.
Mine?
You were wearing it when you were found.
Well, who took me? Why was I with you? And
I don't know. No one knows.
did you tell my dad? Does he know I'm
Of course
okay?
Not. Of course not. The
Well,
children
he's
of
probably
Archaeo
worried
were
sick.
being targeted, preyed upon.
So,
To send you back was to give you back to the very people who had lost you, who had lost their older daughter. I couldn't bear the idea of sending you into that kind of danger.
I have a sister, a brother. Where's he? Where's she?
I'm looking for Prince Thrummel. It is my belief that Thrummel resides in the temple, a captive.
Well, we're gonna get him. As soon as we're done with this tree business, we're gonna go to the temple.
Solaris, you were to be presented to Archael on the day of your 18th birthday. We were going to tell him all, that you were safe and alive and that you could protect yourself and protect him. It
Protect
was
him?
ordained in communion by Archael himself.
Huh? How would I protect him?
I don't know. But you had a destiny. The destiny was always yours. You have such power, such sunlight. Surely you've noticed by now. When you were a baby, it was time for a bath. You used to frighten some of your nurses. You'd start to glow brighter and brighter until nobody could look at you. Only me.
I don't remember that.
Now, we taught you not to do that fairly quickly.
Oh. So could I do that now if I wanted to?
You tell me. It was always my intention that Merrick teach you, that you be instructed in ways to defend yourself, and that your inner powers be awakened. Are they not?
No. I mean, I can do this. I'll blast something with my radiant bolt.
Okay, and it is pure sunlight that emanates from your hand into the furnace.
Yeah.
Some of the logs kind of split and crack and shift in the furnace. Well, there, you see? A little weak still, but I suppose Merrick can't be entirely blamed. It was never meant to be his full responsibility after all, and for that, I suppose the failure is mine. But
You know, he didn't want me to go. I overheard him talking with the council.
oh,
He didn't want me to go. But they overruled him and said
sentimental
I had
fool.
to.
yes, of course you had to. It was the word of our emperor, our god. You had to present yourself to Archael. It was prophesied, it was ordained by Archael himself. You were meant to reunite with him. And now, whether it is viewed as heresy or disobedience or simply rebellion,
Heresy? Oh.
you have defied a prophecy of Archael.
Well, nobody told me that. I thought, I don't know. I wasn't ready to go. So,
When things are finished at the temple, we will make this right. Once Thrommel is found, we will make this right. But
talk to RK all the time, you know. Can he not hear me?
he is hard to know.
It feels like we're connected, but maybe he can't hear me.
Or maybe he responds to you and you've never learned how to listen. I am sorry that this was kept from you, Solaris.
I have more questions. I had a dream where the sun talked to me and it said that I shouldn't be here with my friends and that I needed to come home, and it called me a princess.
That's not a question, dear girl.
What's up with that? Was that Arkel?
I can only surmise.
Ooh.
You can talk to him. You get through to him. So can you talk to him? Tell him I'm okay and I'll be home soon. You know?
I cannot. For to do so is to admit that I have now played part in defying him.
Oh, crap. I don't want you to get in trouble. Sorry, I didn't mean to say crap. I don't want you to get in trouble.
I can tend to my own affairs. I will be fine. I am not concerned about myself. I'm concerned about you, Solaris.
I'll be okay. I've got friends.
Who see snakes with you.
It was just Junko who
Snakes
saw
that
the snake
speak
with
to
me.
you. Snakes that would avert your destiny.
Well, I didn't. Well, the snake kind of just said, hey, these illusions aren't real. You should do better. Pretty much.
Solaris, tell me exactly what it said. Every word.
Let me see Junko's notes.
You've been stealing again. I thought we'd worked that out of you.
What?
I see Merrick has lightened on his discipline.
I'm not stealing. What?
Are they not your notes?
Oh, they're my notes.
But you just said they are your friend's notes.
Oh, we sure. So it said pretty much that its kin wouldn't be weak enough to fall for these illusions, but you surround yourself with strength, and that's good. And then it bit Junko.
I will pray upon this information.
Well, I already did that. I didn't get any info.
Solaris, you have been known to lack discipline.
I am so disciplined.
To
I
properly
pray.
commune, it requires discipline and magic.
What would you suggest I do then?
Seeing as you have already defied prophecy, I would say you should stay on your present course. As much as it troubles me to say this, but it is said that hesitation in the face of danger leads to fatality.
Oh,
It is better to continue on the way you are going, and thus not stall in the middle of your procession. And I believe that with Arkiel's grace and guidance, you will find your way. And with the right blessings and maybe a little bit of luck, you'll find Thrummel too.
my sister?
I'm afraid there's not much that can be done about her.
Why? What happened?
She was taken.
This was Thrummel. Maybe they're both in there.
She was taken long before the Temple of Elemental Sin existed.
Well,
I
I want to find her
suspect-
too.
That Princess Selene is gone.
What was that name?
Selene.
Celine. I'll just put that in my notes. Are you mad at Nova?
I am not angry with the girl. I am disappointed. I had hoped that she would be wiser than to come back to this place.
She's trying to do good like I am.
Yes, I had hoped she would be wiser. Don't look at me like that, Solaris. You are reckless. Impatient. Sometimes thoughtless. Good intentions are well and good, but they mean nothing if you die before you can accomplish them.
She's my friend, and we're gonna keep each other safe and
I
get through
hope
this
that you do.
together.
I hope that you do.
So be nice to her.
But she should never have brought that thing back here.
What even is that?
An unholy relic, which
Is that why
unfortunately
Lareth
is
was interested in it?
the only means of stopping the return of a demon queen. Because Zugtmoy put all of her will into this item and combined it with a little arcane flair from the Dark One. And with it, while they can command great powers, and in their hands it will unlock the prison that is Zugdmoy's. If completed, it can also spell her unmaking, if I understand the words of Rabalar correctly. Here. I suppose,
Wow.
if the two of you are determined to be reckless and youthful, you will need
She's younger
this.
than me.
And she is going to go to her bookshelf, and behind the books, she removes a section of books and pushes in a panel on the bookshelf and slides it to the side,
Dang. What?
and then takes out a little box and unlocks it. And you notice a couple of traps disarming as she unlocks the box and opens it and removes a set of papers, a testament for you. Lord Rabalar always was on the foolish side. He was convinced that he couldn't leave a forewarning without putting it in rhyme, like some kind of poem. And he was discontent to simply explain his meaning. Here, take it.
Oh,
It's better for the two of you to share this.
okay.
But I will warn you, as I have warned Nova. Do not use that item until you are absolutely certain you can command its powers. And even then, only at the edge, the very edge of desperation. Unless you have completed it.
Okay. Okay.
And she hands you the papers.
I'll
If you want to
put
read
it
that
with
out
my
loud, you're the only one who
holy
can see that.
symbol. Oh. Okay. Oh no! You want me to read it right now?
I figured it'd be something fun.
Okay, yeah, how fun. Okay. Rabalar's Testament. You ready? Take notes, people! Just kidding, we'll look at it later.
Yeah.
The two united in the past. A place to build and spells to cast. Their power grew and took the land, and people round as they had planned. A key without a lock they made, of golden gems and overlaid, with spells, a tool for men to wield, to force the powers of good to yield.
Men, as if they could do this on their own.
Uh.
Leave it to a man to think this. Continue.
But armies came, their weapons bared, while evil was yet unprepared. The heart, spelled H-A-R-T, was followed by the crowns.
Yes, it's a type of rabbit. Or a deer, perhaps. Actually, I think
See.
the DM got that wrong. I think it's a deer.
The heart was followed by the crowns, and moon, and people of the towns. The two were split, one got away, but she, when came the judgment day, did break the key and sent the rocks to boxes 4 with magic locks.
That would be the orb.
In doing so, she fell behind as he escaped. She was confined. Among her own, her very lair became her prison and despair. The place was ruined, torn apart, and left with chains around the heart of evil power, but the key was never found in the debris. He knows not where she dwells today. She set the minion's path the way, to lift her temple high again with tools of flesh with mortal men. Many now have gone to die in water, flame, in earth or sky. They did not bear the key of old, that must be found the orb of gold. Beware, my friend, for you shall fall unless you have the wherewithal to find and search the boxes 4, and then escape forevermore.
Not even that good of a rhyme scheme.
But with the key you might succeed in throwing down her power and greed. Destroy the key when you are done, and then rejoice
The
battle won.
Yes, you see? Full of foolishness.
I think Nova's gonna flip out when she sees this.
Yes. So, take Lord Rabalar's testament and protect yourself, Solaris.
Okay.
You must live, no matter what.
Okay. That'd be easier if I had my wings.
What do you mean?
Shouldn't I have got wings like everybody else?
Yes, dear girl. Yes.
I don't have any.
But Merrick must have taught you.
No.
Have they not manifested on their own?
No. I've tried.
That is peculiar. I will pray on this as well.
I've heard people as young as 10 have got their wings. So why don't I have mine?
I don't know. This is peculiar. But I will find out. When you return from your venture with this tree, I will have more information for you.
Okay.
For now.
I have one more question.
Yes.
Do you have any tips on redeeming criminals?
Well, put them to work. Give
Work.
them hard work.
Okay.
Keep them too busy to get into mischief.
Oh, okay. Okay. It's a good idea.
And under constant watch, of course. A rigorous
yeah.
regimen of education, re-education if necessary. And
Okay. I've started that.
perhaps some prayer would do good for their
okay.
soul.
Yeah.
And of course,
Do you
if required, punishment for the wrongs that they may have done in the past, for there must be justice before there can be forgiveness.
with this? I pull out a bar of soap.
And she actually kind of smiles tightly. Good, you remember.
How could I forget it? What's that word?
I wonder that as well, seeing as you profane in my presence, but we will deal with that another time.
Okay. Do you know anything about the Devourer?
I think that's enough questions for tonight.
Oh, okay. She'll just keep going if she lets her. Okay, I'll talk to you when I get back.
Your
Okay.
hood is down, dear.
Oh. Thanks. Just
Travel safely. And
Okay.
do keep an eye on Nova Creek. She's
watch out for
foolish,
her.
but very much like you, and I find that I can't quite ignore the resemblance. Perhaps I am getting sentimental.
No, I think we're a lot alike. I like her a lot. Not because she's like me, but... Well, I just like her.
Good night.
Good night! I'm gonna hug her before she can escape.
She'll kind of awkwardly hug. And then more nurturingly a little bit. For just a moment before she'll release you. That's enough of that. Now,
Okay.
on your way.
Okay, good night. I run out.
Good.
And back to Dracon.
Okay. Third watch passes without event. Dracon, obviously she was gone for quite a while.
Oops.
She does make it back okay. Third watch would have been Junko and
me.
Therifiel. That would have been probably quiet and a little judgmental from her.
Wow.
Now, well, now that she knows you
absolutely.
snuck away to snitch to your people,
Oh, that's right. I did say that, didn't I?
you did say that.
Damn it.
As the sun rises... Actually, no, before the sun rises. You guys ready your packs, ready your supplies. You get the damn mule ready to go. I like to imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, I like to imagine Nova, in around the other horses just being like, we're going south, sure about to go south. Does that sound...
Oh gosh, can't wait to see the ocean in the south.
Yeah.
Does anyone correct her?
Must be no horses there. For sure. Anyway, it's time to get on that boat.
You guys
To go
make your way
south.
to the docks. By the time the sun is rising, you can find the pirate captain Talib waiting. The first mate is also like getting the crew. She's actually got the whip in hand with the crew and is quite comfortable using it. You guys are shown to your quarters. It's just a single room with a single bed. Not a very big room, and otherwise you're offered, there's hammocks in the hold if you prefer. And as the ship starts to make way north along the river, we're going to end here tonight at exactly the point where I was hoping to start tonight.
Sorry I took up so much time.
Bye.
Just like you noted that we did take the mule with us.
Yep.
You can't present as a racist person and not assume that
you're
we're
right.
not gonna beat the shit out
And
of
then
them.
also do your best impression of Junko telling us to beat the shit out of this person you just presented
Exactly.
as racist.
What did you think was gonna happen?
She came into this
Listen.
town with an attitude of like, pirates respect gumption. Let's show them a little, and then it worked. So
I
it
get it.
kinda worked. It's worked out sort of.
I mean, it did.
So
Why do you think he
far
talked
for
to you? He
both
was
times.
like, these shitheads picked a fight with me crew, you know,
And one.
and won.
Respect.
He's well aware that he saved his people a butt whooping. So,
That's right,
Oh.
bitch.
That's what it was. He didn't want people to like me. Oh, they're just wimps. To his
Mhm.
crew.
so
That's
Oh,
when he
good
showed up.
game. Good
believe
game.
me, it pained me to have her suggesting this because I was like, they're gonna do it. God damn it, this is gonna take all night. But on
It's
the flip
us.
side,
Everything takes all night.
But it
3
worked.
days instead of probably 9 days, assuming no injuries forcing an early rest.
Yeah.
So that's pretty
Depends
good.
depends how good you want to be with the encounter table.
Yeah. Well, you know,
Asuka's just going to be like, no, you're there.
I
Stop
did,
it, you're there.
I did set up random encounter tables for all 3 choices. I got a jungle, a road, and a river random encounter table for you guys.
Wow.
By the way, speaking of random tables, E3, Ashlow, actually, with your permission, I'd like to start adding a new item on your Wild Surge list about one per
Yeah.
game. You're good with
Cool.
that?
Yeah, sure.
Good, because I
There
already
is
did it.
still one
I
I
already had
haven't.
one.
Oh, no. There is still one I haven't had, I think, because
Oh.
there's like, I've been 1 or 2, but it doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm happy with random shit
The
happening.
more
still-
chaos, the better.
I love chaos. Yeah,
I'm still all about the flump grenades, to be honest.
No.
that
know
was
what
pretty.
What if we got those during the bar fight?
Can you imagine?
There wouldn't be
Honestly,
any bar left.
You
could've
got
gone
probably the
so
best
bad.
option you could have gotten for a bar fight, I think.
That's the best option in a fist fight because it's like, oh, they do me 1 point of damage and take 2
Yep.
every time.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
take my dog out. 'cause
Well,
it's about to
actually,
storm.
let me do this.
Oh,
Chat,
okay.
thank you so much for hanging out tonight. It went a little long, but hopefully it was entertaining all the same for you guys. You can find all of this episode, as well as any past ones that you might have missed, on our YouTube channel, as well as all the other games, our Pathfinder stuff, and some older stuff. Also, we will be live tomorrow if you want to see some of that Pathfinder. That'll be at 7 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Mountain, 4 p.m. California, and we don't have anybody over the pond, so don't need to worry about that. And that is every Monday. We will be live with this game again next week, probably on Sunday at the usual time. You can find all that in the schedule tab on our channel as well. Finally, I just want to encourage everybody to check out these lovely, over here and down here, people in their native environments, on their streams, in their Etsy's, playing 7 days and getting wrecked by horrifically difficult mods, you know. Thank you so much for being here. We'll see you guys later. Have a good night, everyone.
Bye.